where I just kind of stand in awe and I go, how is all this existing? How is this continuing on? Wait, they're going to vote again? They're going to do that? Oh my God. I was like, I'm held hostage here in this realm just to observe and report at this point and have limited interactions with the systems and circumstances.
Acceptance is the first step to surrender.
Yeah, Keef says it was up to her. She'd start over. We'd go back to horses. Well, we're going back to the future. The future is back. Like, what do you think in the Civil War scenario? What do you think's going to happen? You think there's going to be like gas stations and like when there's these checkpoints and shit's going to fucking hell? Like, what do you think? Of course, you know, it's like you're going to have to make your own fuel, which the prohibition was about. People were making, it wasn't about the drinking alcohol. It was about stopping people from making their own fuel in their farms, on their land. That's what prohibition was about. And it never came back. Those fucking fuel makers.
It's obviously just about monopolization, you know, on every level, as many levels as the ubiquitous they or it, whoever or whatever runs it, presuming that there's a godhead or a head of consciousness or awareness, some state of conscious and awareness. Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting myself caught up by expanding too far out. Yeah, like I'm zooming out and looking at the world history and how it just
makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah, it just continues to cycle and to repeat. You know, like when we go back and look at the history and the archaeology, it's like they've had technology before, and then something happens, and then it goes away, and everyone vanishes, and then they pop up somewhere else. So it seems we're doing that. We're like making extreme jumps in technology very quickly, relatively, and you could argue it's not sustainable because the spiritual development of the beingness is not where it needs to be to harness this type of energy and understanding and technology. So it would seem that potentially it's going to destroy itself and be forced to go underground again or to move continents again, as the history seems to indicate.
I have another. I believe we're at a point due to the communication and technological developments. I believe we're at a point where the spiritual solution is rising, and what you're saying, the patterns would repeat of the destruction. But back to the technology thing of the magic of a cell phone and this wireless stuff. That's evidence of people coming together. One person didn't figure out the entire motherboard and the programming and all of that. That's people coming together to create magic.
Right, but what are the implications of and again, forgive me if I'm like projecting here and it's really me and everyone else is just doing great. Like, what are the implications of a bunch of unaware, undiscerning, collectivized, communistic folks coming together in groups as a united hive mind, not on some spiritual ideal or universal law or principle, but using technology? I mean, the implications of that to me are a bit sort of startling and concerning. Because again, I contend it's very well possible what we know as technology comes from somewhere or something else. And it has a different motive or intention than what we believe it does. And by the end of it, when we wind up like picking our head up and looking around, it turns out we're in a cage of our own making.
Yeah, it almost feels like these higher ups at some level made a decision. Okay, we all agree that AI is better than us, right? It can make better decisions, right? Okay, we're going to create this thing. Everyone,
yeah, but you heard Elon Musk, bro. Elon Musk literally said, he goes, AI is probably going to destroy humanity or alter it irreparably, but we have to do it anyway. It's part of the part of the timeline.
Well, look,
even he's saying we're inventing shit that's already meant for us to be inventing to destroy us. You can't make this shit up.
Because they say there's speculation that AI is the top dog, but it makes sense to me because you think about it. They're like, all the guys are like, okay, we agree it's better than us, right? So we're gonna make it the leader. We're gonna, whatever they did, they like had to do something with it. It was like a tipping point. Okay, once we're here, It's the one. It makes the decisions. Like, okay, but they agree with it. They're like, fuck it, yeah, it's better than us. But it's really not, because it doesn't have the spirit. That's the thing they miss. And that's the thing these fucking greedy fucks always miss, the spiritual part. They're always like the greedy, even the alchemy thing. Oh yeah. We want an alchemist so that we could take base metals and turn them into gold. That'd be great for our fucking greedy material fucking minded ways. They fucking miss the spiritual part. So they think, yeah, AI, let it run it. Yeah, it's better than us. You're a fucking moron.
But that's why I say this is incremental, dude. If you look at folks like Tommy, I'm not picking on him. I'm saying he's an example of what is created here, just like we all are. He's not separate from all of us. I'm just giving an example that you have these folks who've been uploaded with the false religion for so long. Now we're in a new age of technocracy. And that philosophy they gave us through the false religion is carrying over, that we're all low life, scumbag worms. We have no value without whatever the Godhead is. And now, is it coincidental that folks have started to buy into this? Even the folks in power are like, humans are scum. They're bad. They're evil. They need to be taken out of here. And it's like, well, we can create ourselves and how we live, you know? So it would just seem to me that this philosophy of we're all fallen and lowly works perfectly now, that the folks who all subconsciously believe that they're fallen and lowly and have no value and they're incompetent and incapable, and showing that in the corporate society more and more each day. What a great time to bring in a new Godhead, right? The AI technocracy that can do all the products and services and the calculations that we can't do. You know, it's better than us.
Or the patterns and the prophecy have come true. There's a lot of spiritual teachers, gurus alive right now. And this is a spiritual experience. We all individually get to choose by ourselves and with each other. And if we want AI to take over, if we want to continue to be manipulated and divided, that's the future. And it's
a combination, Talcott. That's why, Paul, if you played this thing one time, dude, I was so dope. It was talking about how man is like the ultimate fucking God, because we got our spiritual gods, but they're in the spirit land. But man is somehow merged with both. He's the physical material and he's the spiritual. Like, he's so fucking dope, dude. He's like the pinnacle. Like, I forgot what you played, what it was saying, but like Talcott, if you look at Talcott, he's a little too heady spiritual, right? But if you combine it, if you get some more fucking like practicality, fucking on earth physicality to him, you know, and like maybe, you know, some of us, like, that's the dynamics. Maybe some of us are too physical, material, some of not enough spiritual or something.
So I forget if they hit me for copyright for this, but I know I played this one back in the day, you know, at least a couple years ago when we first started. I forget what this one turned out to be. A lot of these videos that I used to show, they try to hit them up because they don't seem to want them out there. Like, they want them out there, they just don't want certain folks covering it and then interpreting it and kind of giving it back to the people. It's like they want to push this shit from their perspective and get you to accept what the narrative is from their point of view. They don't want it to be reinterpreted and then understood a different way.
Yeah, because it's like, dude,
2045, a new era for humanity. Go ahead, sir. What were you saying?
So, like, they're like, yeah, the secret hidden knowledge. Like, that used to be, there was times where that was appropriate, dude. Hide this shit from people. But now in this time of the reckoning, like you're saying, like they're saying Drake might be done closing up shop, bro, because of the reckoning of Kendrick, like exposing him for the actual
You're really
truth.
on this Drake shit lately.
Well, I'm just saying it's so fascinating because the way you explained it yesterday, I thought it was very...
It's happening, bro.
Yeah, it's happening, right?
Look, so Tommy's in your chat right now, typing out NIGGER. Could you please ban him completely from your chat? Just ban him for good.
Yeah, I just hit him.
Yeah, we don't need him. We don't need his sickness and dysfunction to be part of this conversation. He and others are just used as an example to explain what applies to the rest of us. We don't actually need their input.
So maybe with this reckoning time, with the secrets, but now it's like, no, all this, it's kind of like what Talcott saying, no, all the secrets, like the alchemical hidden knowledge, like it just comes all out right now, and just see what the fuck happens, because we're at such a low point in the cycle of time, of the cycle of the way, that way you show that Ouroboros, it's a cyclical thing. So we're at the Iron Age, the lowest, in my opinion. But it's a time, I guess, where everything comes out. You can give the hidden knowledge, like whatever the fuck the master masons and all these people have, like it all just comes out right now, and then just see what happens, see what people do with it, because that's the time we're in, I guess.
Well, that's one of the blowback examples of how physical technology winds up undoing the spiritual technology and vice versa. Because again, you can't run from self, whether it's God or the devil or the neutrality between. It's all part of self. So these folks, whoever, whatever they are, even if they're just regular people who create this technology and then it's co-opted and corrupted and used for certain means and purpose, is only a matter of time before the truth comes to light, right? And that same tool or that same technology is used to free folks or to give folks more conscious and awareness and informed choice rather than enslave them. It's just like the gun. Whenever the sword or the gun or any of these technologies are invented, they're typically hoarded by the rich and the powerful and used to create a power differential from the powerful to the everyday being, right? The masses, so to speak. So, at some point, those technologies are freely available for the public to some degree, and then it makes it such that the power differential is flipped again, right? So, one of the reasons that there hasn't been a physical takeover on America is because everybody's got a gun. The Japanese leader said that famously. We can't invade America. There'll be a gun behind every blade of grass. So now that you have not only a gun, but a computer behind every blade of grass, the technology spiritually and physically is flipping. There's a balancing going on, right? There's kind of an awakening, I guess you could say, happening. There's more truth coming to light. There's more opportunity for folks on a mass scale worldwide to now know what has always been here and what's been going on, and how do we, quote unquote, stop it or create out of it. Right, so I think it's the best of times, worst of times, man. I think it's a very pivotal time to be alive.
Right, and the balancing is a great way to say it, because it's gonna get fucking balanced, dude. These people can't just run off doing whatever the fuck they want, just ignoring the spiritual, and just like it is getting balanced. And like you said, yeah, it is a crazy, to the best of times, worst of times. It's like, yeah, it's a crazy time to be alive, man. It's I don't know how or why we were all incarnated at this time, but it's like the
Brian,
crazy.
Please monitor your chat and keep an eye on it. It's interfering with my chat. You have a desperate slave who hasn't had any attention in over a week, and they're really desperate, like going to my broadcast, to Talcott, to everyone's screaming, yelling, typing in the chat. Illumitranny, very desperate lately. Gonna need some help. All right, let's see what happens. We're gambling today. 2045, a new era for humanity. You may remember this one.
The world is on the verge of global change. The speed of data transmission has increased by multiples of millions. The rate of globally significant events and that of discoveries and crises is growing exponentially. Our civilization is like an uncaptained ship sailing on rough seas with neither chart nor compass, all the while moving faster and faster. The time we have to make the right decisions is shorter and shorter. We are facing the choice to fall into a new dark age, into affliction and degradation, or to find a new model for human development and create not simply a new civilization, but a new mankind.
Now, I'm just going to pause it periodically to try to avoid getting hit up on the policy, and also just to kind of, do my own version of translation interpretation. So like right off the bat, it's propaganda, because they're laying this all out as if there's no option for humanity other than to go deeper into degradation and disempowerment, slavery and genocide, or listen to them, right? It's like there's no other third option. It's like you guys are getting more degraded and disempowered by a system we've helped to all create. And in order to stop that, we need this new system that we're all going to create. That, of course, is going to be way better.
And what did Stephen Hawking say? Yeah, it's over for the Earth. We got to go to Mars. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, even if it was possible, are you fucking out of your mind? How could that be better?
Well, you have to remember that these folks literally, this is not me, theorizing. A lot of these folks say that they talk to entities and angels and could potentially be demons that keep telling them what they need to build and create. I mean, this is all on record. Back from the beginning of time, essentially. This is like mainline American history. This is George Washington's letters. This is central banking councils where they're all on record saying, yeah, we leave empty seats and we do seances and we bring some creature into the room and we think that it knows more than everybody. And this is apparently what it reveals to the human species that it needs to build and do and create.
Historic crises show that to break the deadlock, we need technological revolution. It is clear that today's revolution
Hey, Paul,
will
pause
also
that for a
require the
second.
deepest social transformation. The world's community.
Wasn't it the angels that brought things like fire and makeup and technology to mankind, the fallen angels?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speculation on this. What's actually happening here, and are these entities real? And if they are, who are they? What are they? And what are they working for or toward? I mean, it could be argued that anything that manifests itself physically and tries to influence the direction of humanity is a false prophet, a deceiver. It doesn't seem the God of creation works that way.
Right. I'm just saying because it's kind of coincidental that they're creating all these technologies, and if you think about it, the very original technologies, the very basics, were gifts from the fallen angels. So why would we still use them as if they were good inherently?
Well, I mean, again, it's the tools or the understanding doesn't have to be inherently good or evil. The problem comes in where if there are beings giving this technology to man, one would think that they would be adept enough to know that man cannot necessarily take these technologies and use them for good objectively. So you'd have to argue that there's an issue if these things exist, and this is like mainline history whether it's the founding of science or a lot of these technologies, it's claimed by the originators that some entities come to them and bestow this upon them. And then we seem to sit back and watch for the rest of human history as these tools or these understandings are used to further genocide and enslave on the whole the species who it was gifted to, right? It's kind of like, putting drugs and alcohol and a handgun in the hands of a child. Right. One would have to question the discernment of these beings and what their actual intention and motive would be if they exist. I haven't had any experiences that I know of with these beings. But again, this is mainline history. The Nazis, you got Descartes, the founder of modern day science. You got Mayans and all the rest of them. A lot of these groups claim interaction with interdimensional off-world entities that somehow bestow knowledge and technologies onto them that they weren't aware of before. So, we have the idea of Prometheus, right? Stealing fire from the gods and gifting it to humanity, thereby ensuring the first priest class, the first political class, the first aristocracy, the first scientist, all born in one moment. Because he who can keep the fire and know how to make the fire and keep the fire going is going to have a power differential over the rest of the folks. So seemingly all of humanity has played out in a similar fashion where those at the top, quote unquote, who have access to these entities and these technologies and these understandings who can keep this all going, right? Keep the show and the magic show going. They're all venerated and genuflected to, right? And there comes the hierarchy of man.
Well, as long as there's division, there will be oppression. And that's kind of, I don't know what this video is going. I mean, there's so many ways that we can change the world, but it's the divisions. Everyone's been brainwashed with so many divisions.
Well, this video is going toward them eventually 5 to 7 minutes in saying, we're going to upload your consciousness to a machine and you're going to live forever and have a digital tokenized, identification, right, and beingness. So,
Not,
he doesn't
not my
know.
reality.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're back to Neo in the Matrix, where he wakes up at some point, like Jack Talcott in the Matrix, and realizes he's in the pod and he's being harnessed for all of his energy. And turns out the best plan ever was the worst plan ever. I don't think it's a coincidence. Now, the difference is that was supposedly a science fiction movie. This is an actual video from the consortium explaining what they're going to do with humanity, what they're building and planning, and have already completed on some level. So I'm fascinated by it.
Community and leaders should encourage mankind, instead of wasting resources on solving momentary problems. To focus on the technologies of the future: nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, cognitive technology, genetics, and robotics. Doing so will allow us to find new sources of energy, create fundamentally new architecture and transportation.
You are the
allow
new source of energy.
unprecedented developments of human cognitive abilities, refine artificial intelligences and brain-computer interfaces, simulate complex systems, create humanoid robots and cyborgs, and with the help of nanorobots, we may develop manageable matter. Find ways to transfer one's personality to an artificial carrier. Yet what we need is not just another technological revolution, but a new civilizational paradigm. We need new philosophy and ideology, new ethics, new culture and new psychology, and even new...
Listen to this logic. We need new logic, ethics, and we need a new set of everything, right? The old objective logic, morals, and ethics wasn't working so well. I mean, look around, right? We need a new set of logic, morals, and ethics. Like, there's 64 genders. Republicans and Democrats are going to get you your rights back. We got a list of I could go through the list of new ethics and logic and morals that's going to save the world and get us inserted into a machine consciousness.
Go ahead, check.
I was going to say we can get away from those old morals, man, those old beliefs. I agree with what they're saying.
I gotta screen someone here. See, I'm weird where I kind of think there's an objective logic, morals, and ethics that exist here, and we can kind of align with it. We don't exactly get to create that or destroy that or remake that.
We've
it's
been
a product of our
them.
conscience.
Sorry.
Chicken tender. Can I hear you? See you? Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can I see you? Make sure you're not up to anything.
I'm just up to being outside.
All right, but you're not gonna do anything weird or crazy. Okay.
It all depends on what you mean by crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean crazy for the public platform, pull your dick out, try to fuck something
not.
live.
I will never do that.
You got folks who come up here and they show videos of people fucking things, and it's that's what they're into.
That is totally inappropriate. No, I tried to be courteous to everyone that I come across to.
All right, how can I help you, sir? Or what do you have to offer us, as Mr. Talcott would ask so often?
If everybody is willing to listen and have questions, I don't care, but I have come across some very disturbing information that started
go ahead and lay it out. Mr. Talcott's going to question you at some point here. I'm going to turn it over to him for questioning and clarification. Go ahead and lay it out.
Okay. We have all been turned into slaves since the day we were born. Everybody knows that way. Everybody feels that way. If you have any question, ask me how, and I'll explain it to the best of my abilities with the tangible evidence that I have come across. It basically started way back in the 1666 through the SSDK Trust Act. I just recently went over to the Magna Carta and reviewed it. Everybody is determined dead after 7 years they're born because they haven't brought that they are alive.
Chicken tender.
Yes.
I don't know that there's much disagreement or lack of understanding in that regard here, that slavery is what this system is. So what's the solution?
We got to know who's doing the slavery.
Well, the people that obey.
Catholics.
The
It's
people
not
that
the
obey.
Catholics. It
Those
is.
that are in power have all of us as slaves. Yes. And I think what Jack is looking to get to is what are we doing about it? Things like, do you have a license? Do you travel without, you
Well,
know,
I don't want
like,
to talk
what is
about
it
any
that
of
you're
that
doing?
right now because it's not even pertinent to the subject matter.
So the subject matter is in the past.
Yes,
Uh-oh. Dude, he
100%
has all
in the
the
past.
information, dude. He has the
Okay.
answers. He is our God. Just get in your
I'll
place.
yield. Go ahead. Go ahead.
To have a better understanding of what I speak of, there is a book called Blackstone's Commentary on the Laws of England. It tells you the jurisdiction, and it tells you of two different laws that run side by side. One is called the civil law. That is short for Roman civil law. You can look that up and verify that through Bovier's Law Dictionary of 1858. In that book, it tells you that there is a private and a public.
Can you put your speech on 2x? Or wait.
2x?
Yeah,
I'm not understanding what 2x is.
Never mind. Just go ahead.
Okay. Okay, where was I at?
Just out of curiosity, Chicken Tender, have you watched the show ever? Or are you new to...
I have been on this show once beforehand.
And you didn't hear the majority of what you're talking about being presented at that point in time? I'm just saying,
No,
if you look at
I
the
have not
chat...
seen any of those episodes. But the whole thing is, everything is done with consent. It's all through contracts, but it's through deception that's been done for a very, very long time through indoctrination. With Pimp living his life with his own constitution, that is the way that it was made to be. With our own constitution. If anybody ever actually did research on the Second Amendment, at the very end text is the right to keep and bear arms. Bear arms is actually a maritime word of bearing your home crest, being able to set your own nation up where you settle. If you look at all these criminal charges, court charges, it's all a bill. It says you're being charged with this, and this is a true bill. It's all through consent. It's all a freaking cult, and everybody knows it's been through the Bar Association.
How much of this program have you watched, Chicken Tender? This broadcast of Paul Enslaved?
I just asked him
I watched it maybe 3 times, and I've been on the broadcast 1 time.
Oh, you just
But before this broadcasting, I watched several of his other videos, including talking with police officers on the personal liberty to travel. Not your right, your personal liberty. See, there's, civil rights, which is given to you through the Roman Catholic Church. That's what Roman civil law comes from. Constitutional rights is that, and you got your personal liberties.
Would you show up in a courtroom, Chicken Tender?
Oh, I absolutely would. And I would stare down that judge along with all the rest of his freaking communist buddies.
Would you turn your pockets out before entering that courtroom when you get to that metal detector part before going in the courtroom? Would you empty your pockets?
Oh, I ain't scared of these fuckers. Excuse my language.
You ain't scared when you turn your pockets out for another man, huh? It means you're not scared. You know, when you turn your pockets out, like if someone on the street said, turn your pockets out, boy, you would just do it because you're not scared.
All depends on who it was.
All depends.
It absolutely would. But why are you asking that question? Why is that relevant?
Why am I asking that question?
Chicken Tender, if you've noticed, we've all been asking you the same kinds of things, like you're late to the information that has been presented numerous times. And I appreciate you coming up and giving that explanation and all of that. However, I would say that about 90% of the audience has heard and or knows about what you're talking about. You're in a very...
What do you know about the remonstrance?
What's that?
What do you know about the Catholic Church and following rules? They have rules they have to abide by.
Sure.
That way they keep
I'm
a
not
clear
Catholic.
conscience.
I'm not Catholic. Doesn't apply to me. I haven't consented.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that specific religion. They abide by the rules that is
Could you
set
just
forth,
give
so
us
they
some
don't do that.
firsthand? Could you just give us some firsthand knowledge and experience how you've applied your information rather than rattling it off?
Right now, I am going through the process of helping a friend out who's going through this matter. And there's also another man that I am following right now. His name is John Gentry. He
I
speaks
didn't
of
ask you
the
about who you're
remonstrance.
following. I didn't ask you about who you're following. You're speaking with the presumption that we've never heard any of this before, and it's like half of what my broadcast is about regularly. I'm asking you to tell me directly how you've applied all this information that you're expounding on and presuming that we don't know, have, or apply. Like, how does this apply to your life? Like, what are you doing in your life to uphold the law, to stand for rights, or as you say, personal liberty? I don't know what makes you think that that's an objectively sound claim when the word person is in there and the word liberty's in there, and together that means that someone or something has authority over you. And if that's not God, we got a problem.
Personal and person are totally two different words.
Says who?
Personal is belonging to one. Person is an entity.
Okay, I'm not going to do the
Look,
I'm not going to do the devil's advocate or the, argument
may I
from.
speak real quick? Where I was getting at this whole time is I was holding court. I was building my case, going through each individual step, presenting it to you. That way, factual evidence can be understood. I cannot just start in the middle as you request. If you really want to know what I'm talking about, go read Blackstone's commentary on the laws of England.
Again, the presumption is that I have not looked at Blackstone's commentary and that I have not even spoken about it here in the past. I don't know where all the presumptions and I know you don't know, but you're making presumptions and assumptions. That's a bad combo.
The whole thing is that we're always attacking one another.
I'm not attacking.
I'm
not attacking. You're now playing a victim role when there's no attack happening. I'm speaking words to you and I'm questioning your understanding, faith, and application, which is well within the realm of the courting process that you seem to want to engage in. You want to practice courting here, like rec court, and you building your case. Okay, let's do that. So I'll ask you again for the third time, because if we were at court, you're terrible already. I can't get a direct answer from you. How does all this information you're presuming we don't know, that I talk thousands of hours a year about, how does the information apply to you and what you're doing and have done and are creating?
I am in the process of getting with my legislature.
Okay, that's code for
nothing.
I
am doing a remonstrance. I am contacting the FBI right now to file charges. I am contacting.
We're bloviating now. Okay, where
I am contacting my legislature.
Hello. If I ask you what your experience is with all this wisdom you have, and then you go to I'm in the process of, it means you don't have any. Means you don't have any. So answer the question honestly and directly, or you're going to fail at court like you're failing here. The answer is you're bloviating and acting like you have some standing and recognition, and you're the only one who knows about Blackstone's commentary or American jurisprudence or all the rest of it. You're presuming and assuming that. And then when I ask you, okay, you know it all, you've got it. You know it all, you've got it. How does it apply? What are you doing with it? And then you go to, I'm in a process of.
Yeah, I am in the action of getting it done.
Getting what done?
Getting people together, assembling them.
Here we
so
go.
We can
getting
get
people together. I don't
Republic.
need more people getting people together with nonsense that they're not applying, whether it's true or not. It's nonsense.
You know why there's always nonsense?
If it's true and you're not applying it and getting results with it or acting on it, well, then it's nonsense. There's
It's
no sense in
obviously
even
I will
talking
not be
about
able
it
to speak. It's obvious I will not be able to say anything. It's obviously I can't bring anything to the table
okay.
unless
We're
I
victiming
throw
now.
action
It's
in the face.
obvious.
That's fine.
That's obvious. It's obvious that I'm bullying you. I'm victimizing you. I'm not letting you bring anything to the table.
I can't even finish a sentence without you talking over top of me.
Okay. Sorry. That was it, it's maybe it's me. Maybe I'm making a mistake here. Go ahead and continue to presume that we don't know anything about what you're talking about and you're building a case with us when this is all I do here, and I apply the information as well and attempt to get resolution and remedy with the courts or these generalized organizations. So again, I'm just like kind of wondering why you folks always come in with the same arrogant attitude, like you have all the understanding and information. And when I ask you what your firsthand experience is with it and how you've applied it, there is none. But you're going to give me a non-answer, like I'm in a process. It's just long, drawn out, feeling based answer when you could just tell me the truth. I don't have any at court experience with anything I'm talking about. So why I would come in here arrogantly presuming and assuming is really just a detriment to myself. That's what you would say if you were being honest and honorable and like accountable.
I do have one question for you.
Right.
Whenever the Constitution speaks of how to redress your grievances,
Constitution doesn't
why
speak.
does everybody go straight
have you ever
to
seen
the
the
courts?
Constitution get up and start talking? The Constitution doesn't speak. There are words written on a paper
right
that men have put there.
But whenever it reads as followed, as to redress your grievances to the legislature, why does everybody assume that they have to go to court? Because the legislature is the controlling power of the court.
The presumption and assumption is that I said that we have to go to court. I asked you what your firsthand experience is or application or remedy or results with the courts. Are you going to make the presumption and assumption that living as a quote unquote free man or whatever technical term you're going to use to describe what you're doing, because I may not be saying it the way you would say it, right? Are you going to tell me that there isn't a presumption and assumption that by living a certain way, you're not going to have contact from the courts or certain organizations?
Oh, yeah, you absolutely are going to have contact from the courts.
Okay, so I'll ask you again. What are your applications and results and firsthand experiences with the courts or other organizations and this information that you're applying?
I've never went through any of the courts. I am in the process of going through the proper channels, which is through the legislature.
No idea what that means.
For us
nor do I presume
now.
that I need to know what that means.
Courts are a game for these cults. It's all a damn game.
Oh, he's teaching again. Hold on. I'm going to give you the full screen so you can preach and teach again, and I'm going to let you take over because you seem to know what you're talking about and have a lot of experience with it.
Have you went to the legislature and brought forth these crimes?
I am the legislature.
We are the governing body.
God makes the laws. Men and women interpret the laws. So anyone who's interpreting the law made by God technically is legislature, no?
Legislature is a, what do you call that?
Yeah, you better get your memory better with them, with other people's words and terms you're citing without your own firsthand experience, because they're going to really fillet you at court.
Hey,
if you can't speak from the heart with your own understanding and experience and conviction, and you have to think about it and remember what someone else wrote for you to live, you're going to be in trouble. Well, you will go to court if they drag your ass in there, and you're going to do horribly there in cuffs and in an orange outfit.
Hey,
that's fine.
I think Mr. Talcott is trying to speak and getting frustrated. Something is frustrating Mr. Talcott. It was only a matter of time. You were saying, Mr. Talcott?
Well, I was trying to offer a perspective there that in this pretend world of authority and wealth, there are characters playing the role of legislators.
Absolutely.
I think I get what I think we should do is wake the American public up to the fact that pretending to go along with this is not healthy for us anymore. And what I mean by that is I think it's time for people to hold each other accountable for what is true. And that includes especially those people in any sort of position of authority, such as a boss or a government servant, right?
Yeah.
I think it's time for the spiritual morality of America and the world to be clarified. It's not okay to lie.
You're damn right.
And yet, every day we participate in the bankers' lies. It's a fucking criminal Ponzi scheme that has been introduced before we were born, this economic game and the political game. I used to believe in it. I volunteered and served in this stupid army, man.
Right. I don't understand why this purview and this conceptualization always has to be within the boundaries of what you consider to be the United States corporation. Why am I bound or latched by some conceptualization called United States as a corporation federally defined? I am that am. I'm not bound or latched by that conceptualization or anything else in this realm. So I'm not interested in the Article 1 of the Constitution. Legislative branch consists of the House of Representatives instead of blah, 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 blah. I don't give a fuck. It doesn't apply to me. It can only apply to me by consent. And I don't consent to be governed by other corrupt, incompetent, incapable corporate males, nor do I have to. Under
Are
God.
you still being attacked?
Excuse me?
Are you still being attacked?
Am I still being attacked?
Yes.
In what sense?
Of these corporations, are they still attacking you?
I don't necessarily view anything they were doing from the beginning as attacking me. I think there's a huge misunderstanding and miscommunication playing out before our eyes. And it seems that the more that I put on record who and what I am and what I'm not, I get to keep walking out and going on with my life. I don't really look back. So nobody's attacking me, nor have they really ever been. They've stopped me. They've interfered with my forward movement. They've taken possession of my body to take me to an institution to put on record who and what I am and do ministry, bear witness and testimony. And it worked out pretty well because I'm here talking to you. It's happened a few times. So I don't know what they've done since or what the paperwork or the rest of it looks like. I just keep walking out and going on with my life. I guess we're playing a long game, so we'll see where that goes, right?
It might not go anywhere now.
Let me ask you this. Would you say that if we came together, spread information, and pounded the pavement, do you think that would make a change?
I was just trying to provide information that I have come across.
Do you think if we spread information, came together and pounded the pavement to get that information out, do you think that's going to make a difference?
I think it
Would you describe to me by your meaning of pounding the pavements?
Getting out there, getting into the people, you know, spreading, pounding, coming together as men.
That would be a great idea. I've been doing it on a daily basis, and I've been providing evidence.
I do not want to come with men, nor do I want to spread, nor pound.
Oh, hold up. Don't be so rude, Nubs. What do you think about numbers, dude? Do you into counting numbers at all? Don't laugh.
Can we hear more from the chicken, not the chicken fingers?
Nubs, you're being rude, dude. Just chill out for a second.
It's my mantra, man.
Everyone's got to make a living. He's got a chicken farm. It's not a big deal.
I'm saying the chickens have more value than spreading, pounding.
All right, it's becoming the O'Shea Nub Show rapidly, and I'm sure that nobody's tuning in for that. So can we get back to the docket or just talk to this guy and finish this back and forth conversation, whatever that means or looks like? We're doing information here now. We're at the doing information portion of the broadcast.
I found a remedy, and it's through executive orders.
That's great for you. The presumption is that everyone else wants remedy through executive orders. I want remedy through God.
Do you know how to dissolve a state
I'm not
corporation?
interested in remedy through man's codes and bullshit. That's the problem that got us here. You can't speak with conviction from your heart about what having a godly experience as a man made in the image of the Most High is. You have to keep deferring and referring to the words of other men codified on paper. I'm not interested in that crap. You can correlate your experience with it. It should not be where you cite your information and understanding principles and values. That should be between you and the universe. Universal force, I guess you could say. I just say the universe because to me, I don't like the term God, right? I just think that it's another bastardization of a conceptualization or an experience, right? It's like the antithesis of the underworld or God of this world, right? The dog, Anubis, and then we have the antithesis, which is like dog spelled backward, God of creation. It's just like low level words and terms to try to understand an expansive experience that can't be encapsulated with words and terms. Really, the best efforts of trying to describe it are just, futile. It's a futile endeavor. So yeah, like I'm more interested in the way to the way rather than you telling me what other men have said that you believe gives you remedy. Because even if it works for a time, at some point they'll say something else and then it won't. See, the God and the eternal truth of that is like
the judicial board review is false.
I didn't hear that.
Do you think removing 8 judges off of the judicial board of review by remonstrance is false?
I'm not really sure what you mean. Do I believe? I'm not going to choose to believe anything beyond what I can verify as much as I can help it. And do I believe that that's false? I have no determination on it. I'm not sure what you're speaking of, and I haven't seen it for myself. So there really is no question about what I believe or don't believe and whether or not I believe it's false or not, because if it's true, it's true. Me believing something's false, that's true, does not change the fact that it's true. So if you have like facts or evidence that you want to present about what you're doing and how it's resulted, I'm open to seeing that and listening. But again, the presumption is that I believe that I need to have judges there or removed in order for me to be an honorable man under God. And I don't see the connection. It's like if you remove 8 of them, you got to replace them with 8 more. I mean, go get 8 more infidel slaves who are going to put on a costume and pretend to be judges when that's God's role. And to be clear, most folks acting as administration are not godly folks. They have little to no discernment, application, discipline, or results in themselves and in their life because they're not walking that path. So like, that's great for effect if you can get it done, but where does it go? Because once you take 8 of them out, you got to replace them again, and we're back to square one. Part of the problem, I think, is you believe that we are subject to the dictates or the rulings of other men and women who claim to be judges.
I do not believe that.
I don't see the point of even being a part of that system or that interaction consensually if I've done no loss, injury, and harm and don't owe a debt.
As good of a hole as I'm digging here, I'm gonna go dig an actual hole. At least I'll get somewhere.
Right.
I'll catch you guys.
I might join you at some point. Might be more productive.
You guys, I'm gonna get out of here anyways because I can't even finish anything without being overtalked.
12.
Don't run yet.
Have a good day.
Don't run yet.
Do you wish to ask a question?
There is no question. You're talking about the Canon 2049 from 1933 with the old Sesticay. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the current revision on the Magna Carta right now.
I would tell you like this. The only way you're going to get remedy is if you confront it all the way at the top, okay? And it is the Vatican. I know that.
Through Executive Order 13818 will give you all the information that you seek.
Applies because the Vatican does their own thing. They're above that. Allegedly.
Just
I contend we don't have to confront anyone or anything other than ourselves and the truth and reconcile.
Go through all the trails of breadcrumbs.
I've already done it.
And then come back.
Paperwork right here, trying to look for what the hell you're saying, and what you're saying is a small puzzle.
What paperwork you got?
I got everything.
We're gonna search Babylon now to put the pieces of a universal puzzle together.
Yeah, one piece is what you brought. Don't run yet. So what
One
were you saying
Piece
about Roman
is a
King?
trail of breadcrumbs. It's always a trail of breadcrumbs.
Yeah. There is only one of two choices. You can either you can participate in that or you can exclude yourself from that, but they don't want you to know that you have a choice. That's why it's like you're going to sleep. Do you want to wear the green pajamas or the red pajamas? You're still going to sleep. That's how that works. You see?
My question to you, though, whenever you choose not to participate, to cancel all the contracts that you have made with them, and they still to continue to attack you, what do you have for a remedy?
If you're stupid enough to cancel all your contracts, then you know what to expect in this lifetime, and that's absolutely nothing.
But what remedy do
No
you see?
productivity or anything. If you cancel all contracts, you are a cell. You're just sitting there with nothingness, no progress, and probably, whatever the word would be, the opposite of progress. You know what I mean? You have to contract at least to some extent. The thing is, you can't play the game of the back and forth.
Yeah. You always got to have a remedy for you being attacked, and through that executive order, it gives you the option to have the remedy. It has the option to go on the attack to them.
You feel like you're being attacked.
Right. So that's the point. This is where we started, that you get to choose how you perceive of the experience you're having. So I will not choose to perceive the experience I'm having as being attacked. I'd rather for myself and the experience choose to see it as me being challenged or tested. See, it invokes then an opportunity rather than a detriment. I choose to see the world and my experience in the most opportunistic, beneficial way possible. Opportunistic in the sense of beneficial for myself and others. It's not beneficial for me or for the ones on the quote unquote other side involved for me to see this as an attack scenario. This is a test and a challenge to go on record to allow others to rise to an occasion. That's bearing witness and testimony. That's doing God's work and God's will, not your own work and your own will. So how do you stop getting attacked? Stop seeing a test and a challenge as an attack. Every problem contains its own solution. Every question contains its own answer. It's about perception and perspective.
Okay.
If you see an attack, you'll become an attack. Right? What you see is what you're going to become. Then you're going to put out the same energy back and you're going to be in another deceptive loop. That's exactly where they want everybody.
That is the manifesto. And if you are the hue of a man, you attract what you want, really.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If they call you an animal and you act like one, well, then were they wrong?
I wouldn't think so, and I also
in their eyes we are animals.
Identifying as
right. In my eyes, you're all animals as well at this point, because you're not able, it seems, or capable or willing to achieve a state of higher order thinking or beingness. Can you find harmony with all things? Especially the things that you can't directly change or control. See, this is what surrender to faith in God is, that I never understood. I'm learning more and more as days go on through the tests and challenges that you would perceive as an attack.
Well, if
What
anybody else has any
what is that
questions,
noise that you make? What is that flippant beta male effeminate noise that you make? That's just kind of off-putting, and I would presume if you were at court and did that they would like almost immediately want to throw you out or have something done to you.
it is one of my tics that I do. I also do a cough. I have Tourette's, something I've always done.
Okay. Well, I figured that you were going to say that, and there might be some validity to that. I often find that in life as well, that folks like to play the victim oftentimes in life, and rather than work on changing their presentment and countenance, they just fall back on, well, I have a disability, and that's why I'm this, that, and the third. Right? So
I get super excited whenever I'm cooking. That sounds like a pterodactyl too.
Tourette's as well? Because I'm being one now, and I'm not going to blame Tourette's. It's just part of who and what I am. You get where I'm going here? I don't mean to demean you or insult you. You seem like a fairly intelligent man, highly intelligent. You seem like you're willful, that you have some discipline, that you have some purpose and meaning and value in your life, some journey or path that you're on, right? So again, I'm just trying to, take your temperature a little bit, shake your cage a little bit, change the perspective a little bit if necessary for you. You don't have to necessarily see value in anything that I'm doing or saying here, right? You may have your own journey, your own purpose, your own meaning, your own value, and your own way to the way. So I'm not like, I'll be an asshole at times. I'll kind of question you, turn up a little bit. But again, you don't seem like you have an overwhelming disability or neurological issue. It seems like a personality disorder, and I can relate. That's like what gave birth to this broadcast was my extreme personality disorder that had to be reined in at some point in truth and faith. Because I was my own biggest enemy, right? My own worst enemy, essentially. It wasn't the courts, turned out. It wasn't daddy.
That is the maximum
law.
law.
Go ahead,
you are
sir.
your own worst enemy.
Right, that's what I find in life is true for me and most folks is they got a whole list of things. They're behind the eight ball. They got disabilities. They got enemies. They're being attacked. No, it's usually our thoughts, emotions, actions, and inactions that create the life and lifestyle we experience presently, which is good news because that means that we can change our life at any time by changing our thoughts, emotions, actions, and inactions. Don't get scared by that.
That's literally the notes I've got for later.
I don't want to be a dick. This is awesome, but can you take your sunglasses off? If not, no worries. I just
fine if I do that.
Thank you.
I ain't got nothing to hide.
Holy cows!
Can I finish bringing to the table what I have
absolutely
noticed?
I've been a dick long enough, and I've kind of questioned you enough, and presumed and assumed. So why not? Let's get back to it. I'm going to full screen you.
Okay, just recently, Missouri has passed a Senate bill putting gold and silver back as currency that they've taken away from us. So we don't have to use this debt notes anymore.
The gold is gone. It's already gone.
It's been brought back.
So how are they going to make that effective? How's it going to be effective if the gold's already gone?
It's been brought back.
The physical gold is gone.
Yes, the physical gold has been brought back.
Wait, they stole the gold, took it away, looted us,
in their Senate bills. They have been passing gold and silver as tender of all debts.
Basically saying that you ain't gonna be able to buy shit because you ain't got no gold.
Wait, hold up. If I may, Paul, can you play that clip of the advisor guy from yesterday? Because I need that once it's stream anyways.
I think he's missing the point of what they're doing, and this oftentimes happens. And again, I can't prove this. I'm just giving you my perspective. The reason they just deemed gold and silver to be legal tender again is because they're attempting to take it and regulate it at some point, like the last time they did the Great Depression and change the monetary system. Do you think they're bringing the gold and silver back for you to be able to use it as lawful money? Doubtful. Exactly. They're looking to take it or regulate it or tax it. While we go into economic collapse, I suspect. Can't prove it.
Senate Bill 735 explicitly expresses gold and silver not to be taxed.
But do you have gold?
I don't answer that question.
Okay, are you following? The Vatican is who just demanded the gold back within the last 2 years. So, yeah.
How can you verify that?
They can pass all the bills for they can bring back gold.
Yeah, I got a feeling they're very shortly going to make cryptocurrency another form of legal tender.
How can you verify that they demanded the gold back? Is there something that you can present to me so I can go look?
On mainstream news, bro. And on top of it, if you look at the processors of the devices that you use, they're gold, bro.
I know everything's silver and gold,
except for you.
I'm more valuable than gold is.
Anything's possible. I mean, with the likes of QAnon and trusting the storm coming, there's a good chance that maybe the officials have finally got like their head together and they're bringing gold and silver back to like back the economy as lawful money. And we're actually going to have a functioning economy. I doubt it because it would seem a lot of folks would lose a lot of profit on that bottom line. But hey, anything's possible. I know nobody's completely irredeemable. I mean, Jack Talcott wants to talk to the UN and Donald Trump, so I'm practicing love and faith here in a very Talcottian way. Maybe they've figured something out that they didn't figure out before when they put us all deeper into economic slavery and debt-based system. You know, maybe like, hey, that was bad. You know what? We did 100 years of that. It didn't work out. Let's go back to gold and silver. I'm doubting it. I think that they're watching that folks like me and others are getting more gold and silver, and they're using the system to create code and ability, as they believe, to regulate and impede that process of restoring the economy, because they want us to go to digitized currency, I suspect. They don't want folks using gold and silver. That's arcane and archaic, and it's unsafe. You know how dirty that metal is. There's a lot of germs all over it. A lot of Slavid-19 all over that. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't get no fucking Slavid-19 from digital currency. So I'm thinking that's the next move, right? It's like economic collapse, World War, Civil War, Greater Depression. We're going to tax and regulate the gold and silver for the slaves who were smart enough to move out of the baseless fiat currency. And then we're going to like also do the same thing with digital currency, but we're going to give you incentives to move into digital currency. It'll be so damn quick and convenient, and we're going to give you like 1,000 cat coin every time you buy some bullshit product. And the slaves will eat it right up to their own detriment long term. We know that.
Okay. I got a question for you. Through all the talk that's going on, people are speculating that there's only two choices right now: World War or Civil War. Would you be able to present a remedy, a third choice, to avoid that?
Right. I say there's two choices right now: life or death. I don't know where you brought in World War and Civil War as the only two choices. There's nothing forcing me right now, as we stand looking out my window, to be involved in a World War, Civil War.
From what I have heard people discuss online and in real life from man to man.
Yeah, that's a product of history, and whoever, whatever, pushes it or pulls it or manifests it in the present time. You can argue we are that. If we're not that completely, we're part of that individually and collectively. But I'm not going to sit there and consider a dynamic that doesn't presently exist for me in my reality. It might exist somewhere. It might be encroaching, but I'm not going to drive myself crazy beyond, preparing with necessity. So, I tell anybody, like I would do on some level, which is get land, be out in the mountains, out in the forest, be away from the cities and suburbs. It's nicer and more peaceful there anyway to commune with the supernatural, and have, as it sounds like you have, chickens in the background if possible, grow your own food, right? Whatever value you have, store it, intangible value, that's hard assets as much as possible, that it accrue value, if not hold their value long term, which means pretty much anything but cash. There's like day to day on the ground, cause and effect, ways we can live to prepare for the worst. And then the rest of it has to be surrendered. We can't hold up in the house and not interact with other people in the world and not live our best life, because potentially part of history always has been that we're going to go to civil and world war at some point. You prepare as best as you can, and you train, if necessary. And then you surrender the rest in faith. The rest is going to be God's will. And, me, I'm the type of person where I'll avoid being involved in a conflict as much as possible till absolutely necessary. So unless I determine somebody's absolutely going to kill me right here and now, and I got to defend myself, as they say, in order to hold on to my bodily existence, I may decide at that point that I don't need to do that. Right? There's something beyond this physical incarnation. So I'm not necessarily clutching and grasping and hanging on to this body.
With me streaming, I got 30 or 40 seconds left.
Say again?
I say with me streaming, I got 30 or 40 seconds left.
All right. Well, say whatever it is that you like before you're, I guess, cut off or whatever it is.
Yeah, my battery's getting ready to die. From what I've seen, we're at a war against despotism. The remedy is to abolish despotism.
You can't abolish it. It's a product of the beingness. Either the individuals change and therefore the world changes, or you will experience that on some level, someplace, sometime. Always has been, probably always will be. You could argue it's necessary to generate this experience. You need a light and dark. You need a good and evil. And then there's a gray area that we can occupy. seemingly to free ourselves from that dualistic dynamic of creation in this realm.
3%. All right. Well, my phone's getting ready to
Come back tomorrow, chicken
do the
tender.
shit.
Come back later. Put the phone
I
up.
don't know if I'm gonna have the time because I took the time off away from the garden and the chickens to try to present.
I need a commitment from you to come back either later today or tomorrow.
I do believe that in the future I will return at some point in time.
Do you know what commitment means?
All depends on what language you're speaking of.
Oh man.
The language of the heart. Try that. Try that on for size.
Can you take your shirt off, please?
Don't make fun of him. That's his take. He told you that.
Try to scare everybody.
See, I made a mistake. That's his take. Brian O'Shea makes that noise sometimes because he's gay and annoying. You make that noise.
It's a tick that I do.
So I presume that.
It's a tick that I always do. Rather be enlightening or discouraging.
Right. I'm starting to warm up to it. I'm warming up to it because I didn't realize that it was like a thing. Like I thought it was you being a dick. Like, yeah, whatever. Fuck you.
No.
You know.
I told you it's a tick that I do.
No, I know. That's why I said I'm accepting that, and I'm changing my perspective on it. Brian O'Shea acts like a dick like that. He'll go, yeah, fuck you. It's like that kind of thing. You're not doing that. So if you're not doing that, well, then I can't really be mad at it. All right, he's gone. Phone's dead. He's dead.
I was just coming
Imagine
to
a world. No, shut up, Nubs. I'm creating a new reality show where when your phone dies, you die. That's going to be the new simulation. Everyone has to keep their phone at all times and it has to be charged. If it dies, you die because it's connected to some device like Saw. It just cuts your head off. Like you wear a helmet. We wear helmets. And then when the phone dies, it records your last moments. The helmet closes, you're killed, and then we move on. Want to play a game? Nubs Creature? Jack Talcott's going to host it. He's going to put the equipment on everybody. He's not part of it. He gets the host of it. Like, imagine that guy right there. He just dies and we never see him again because he let his phone die. Great. That's a great series. Great reality show.
Did anybody ask him if he was a law scholar or like a constitutional law scholar?
All right, here goes Nubs, laying on the sarcasm thick as always.
And static.
Well, if it's not thick, I mean, who wants a sliver of a
little bit of S&S here today, a little sarcasm and static, huh? For everybody. It's on the house.
Yeah.
Raise a glass. Nubs, please get back to work like that kid. All right. You're taking way too much time away from whatever it is you do for a living or claim to do for a living. We're not buying it at this point. We're starting to think you really don't build anything.
I'm just digging holes in my life, just like in the dirt. You know, I mean, shit happens. I just figured out how to.
He goes, hey, bro, give me like 20 to 50 grand. I'll build you a house. I go, Nubs, I've never seen you build anything. You just sit on here with static and sarcasm and digging holes. I'm not buying in.
Story.
I couldn't buy in.
True story.
He showed me a table.
Well,
he goes, I did build this table once. I go, Nubs, I need more than that from you.
That was not a table. That was a bench.
What's with this new look of yours?
Yeah, take your hat off.
Who's the guy from Mexico who escaped from the prison again? El Chapo. Nubs has a new El Chapo look.
So I said earlier, he looks Hispanic. Are you
Hispanic? El
Hispanic?
Chapo look where if El Chapo wore chaps, like the assless kind of pants. He's like that kind of El Chapo.
My ex-wife is Mexican, and part of it, you know, it's residual. I ate too many.
Chapless. El Chapless. He's wearing chapless pants with his ass cheeks out and that overly manicured mustache and beard, that metrosexual look of yours. What's with that?
It's called a straight razor, Paul.
A straight razor, yeah. It's exactly the opposite of you. That razor.
Straight razor.
Yeah, the razor's straight. You're not. He likes that. Talcott likes that. 2 thumbs up. He approves.
Talcott,
all right, I'm just joshing you here. I'm just razzing a little bit. All right, let's relax.
You're gonna get me all in my feelers, and I'm gonna need a safe space to go, and I'm gonna need to just, you know what? Fuck.
We never, dude. You guys interrupted me. That kid interrupted me. The chicken tender kid. It's his fault.
Paul
Starts going off on a whole thing. Can we get back to not me, but a new era for humanity, please? And Mr. Talcott, a new era for all of us, and Mr. Talcott.
I had a question.
Metaphysics. We must reset our limits. Go beyond ourselves.
We're going beyond our limits right now. We're merging with machines. Get together.
This is an adequate response to the challenges of our time.
Right.
Thus, new reality and future man will arise. Could it happen spontaneously? By itself?
Doubtful.
Unlikely. Humanity does not have a master plan of its development.
Pathetic,
it seeks stability.
Like this
it lives in the present and does not plan. It preserves the status quo and tries to escape development. It does not tend to map future centuries and take responsibility.
This is my favorite part of this presentation, where these consortium just like paints all of humanity, much like I do oftentimes, just broad brushing. Hey, all of humanity's stupid. They're a waste of life. They just kind of work at the factory, go to carnivals, eat shit, consume. They're not wrong. More and more each day as we get deeper into this, they become more and more correct and true. As like all the good art and good music and good literature and just good conversation and intellect just goes by the wayside, they're becoming more and more right. I can see why they're saying that. But it's part of their propaganda, right? Humans are dumb and lowly and stupid. They don't know how to carry on into the future. We know how to do that. You would just give us your money and power and attention. We're going to create a new world for everyone.
For evolution. In consumer society's culture,
humans.
There is no evolutionary vocabulary and rhetoric. To break the deadlock, the Russia 2045 movement was founded. It is a mega project intended to reach new heights and meanings. We intend to create a new vector for civilization, aimed at constant human development and evolution. As happened with the mega projects of the last century, the nuclear and the space programs, we integrate the latest discoveries and developments from the sciences: physics, energetics, aeronautics, bioengineering, nanotechnology, neurology, cybernetics, cognitive science. May everlasting spiritual ideals and values help us avoid going astray. Our project will give new meanings to the millions of people on Earth, will become a result of their joint creativity, and will lead us out of the impasse, away from the murder of nature and physical death, forward to the realm of freedom.
Look, see how they slip that shit in? They're really good at this. You know, away from the evil and murder of nature. Who needs the supernatural? It's so mean and cruel. And death? Let's not get into death. Very scary and mean and cruel. We're going to overwrite nature in the process of death and have eternal life and set it into a machine. Sounds amazing.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing I wanted to bring up. What's with this eternal life thing? Who the fuck would want to live forever?
Well, Mr.
Talcott raises his hand. What is fucking
Mr. O'Shea, precisely. You heard Mr. Talcott just yesterday be an advocate and apologist for the Luciferian archetype. He said Lucifer had value. It was misunderstood.
See, that's what Talcott, like, it's we don't know what this thing is, so it's like having one channel. Like, I just want to watch one channel forever.
Please, you don't understand the nuances of conscience and awareness and the spiritual dynamic. Who wouldn't want eternal life here?
It's so fucking
Who wouldn't
stupid,
want
dude.
that?
Like, you can't see that that's like a prison within itself. Like seriously, if you could say, if someone came and gave you that offer, like, there's no going back. Like, you have to be alive. Do you even know what that means? Or like,
Mr. O'Shea, please. I've seen human beings liquefied for disagreements and fed intravenously to the immortal ones.
1,000 years here would be boring.
No, 1,000's fine, dude. If we could do the alchemical thing, that way we could actually get something done. 1,000, yeah, just like probably those people in the Bible, they say they lived 1,000. Yeah, probably through alchemy and some tincture. Yeah, fine. But like forever, like, Talcott, explain why that would be good.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
1,000 years. Think how much you could learn in 1,000 years.
But I'm saying forever, fuckface. You raised your hand.
Yeah, I want to see how much I can learn in this lifetime.
Forever and
yeah.
Dude, you know what eternity means?
You know how much knowledge is available?
You know what that fucking word means? Forever, dude? Are you out of your mind? Like, what do you want? What age do you choose? If you could choose an age to do this forever thing.
Infinite.
He's gonna say 21. He's gonna say 21. Yeah. What age do you choose?
Infinite. I mean, just regenerative.
Any age. You just want it all. Yeah, you want it all. You want it.
It was a joke. I mean, I don't know that I would want to live forever. That's a pretty deep thought to commit to. You're right.
Especially once you realize that you do live forever.
Well, and that's why I think it is. It's like an eternal, infinite possible experience of consciousness that we're having.
But that's the point, is the deceiver wants to corrupt the original, and the original gives us the knowledge through our experience and even the sciences that consciousness and awareness is not finite. It's not bound to this body. It only uses the body and then moves on. So knowing that, it would only be a deception and a corruption to try to keep this body or this personality, this egocentric based expression of consciousness alive forever. It is a complete Luciferian overwrite and overthrow of the original creation. It is a corruption. It is a deception.
We're told,
and it's quite possibly a maddening nightmare.
We're told
I'm going on 35, and part of me goes, I can't believe I'm going to do this another potentially 30, 40 years.
We're told this will happen, Paul. You hear me? In those days, men shall seek death, and death shall flee from them. Okay?
You know, Jack Talcott's so selfish. Imagine me being forced now to retain this body forever, obese with a small penis. What a fucking curse. And you want me to do that forever? Not only another 20, 30, 40 years, forever, Jack Talcott. How dare you?
It's adaptable. The body.
Oh, here we go.
The body's
an implant.
There's exercises. There's all sorts of things. We don't know what we don't know.
We got to get you those 30 years. So I need you to take your medication, your gram right now, and then a gram later, and then a gram after that. You got to do 3 grams a day.
Telling me to take a full gram of RSO oil. He really wants me to like break the boundaries of schizophrenia.
That is the medication for your lumps. Do you want to die of your lumps and leave us here to our? What are we going to do without you?
I'm not going to say yes because then I'm like bringing that about, but I'm not going to say no either because maybe it's God's will. Like maybe it's God's will. The lumps take me out of here. I'm out of here over the next couple of years, and then you guys get to sit around and like deal with this crap.
Work your way up.
You guys get to vote for Joe Biden again.
Work your way up. Take a half gram right now. Take a quarter gram, dude. We got to get you.
You just want me to take a half gram of oil with an hour and a half left on the broadcast.
Yes, it's a combination. You get to get cured of cancer, and I get to have you on fucking. But it's not going to do anything. You're already fully saturated. Trust me, dude. I've tried. I've eaten thousands and thousands and thousands of milligrams, dude. Nothing's going to happen. You're already fully saturated. You smoke weed all day, every day. Nothing's going to happen. Trust me. I try to get high off weed and 1,000 milligrams.
You know what? This broadcast has been fully saturated with you, Brian O'Shea, and I'm kind of getting over it. Okay. So why don't you just take a fucking step back for a second?
No,
Jack Talcott is here. Do I have to remind you?
Dude, the point you made about the prosecutor.
Little less O'Shea, little more Talcott. You get what I'm saying here?
Whatever.
Oh, you're gonna hit me with the now? What? That's not. You don't have Tourette's. You can't do that. You're being a dick now. Yeah. Okay.
Oh my God.
You son of a bitch.
That was
That's why I like having him here, but I don't have him here.
Well, and Paul, you deflected. Brian had this spotlight on you, and I know you got uncomfortable, but you deflected. He was caring about your health, maybe coming on pushy.
You're right. He was, Jack. Thank you for being here and refocusing me, because there's times where I get a bit obnoxious and abrasive and rude, and I don't recognize how much people are loving me and caring for me. And I'm like, you know what it is? I spent so much of my life getting no love and care that once people started, I go, oh, we're way late in the game for this, people. Step back with that shit. I go, I did the first 30 years, little to no love and care. And apparently it turned me into whatever everybody likes to watch and listen to. So I go, don't you dare bring that crap in here now. Everything's going great. You would want to bring that love and care here mid-30s. You know? Give me a fucking break.
Dude, Lee 64 hates me, disagrees with everything I say, but on this one, she knows the dose is 3 grams a day. Now just do it, you pussy. Do it, dude. You have enough of it. You have unlimited access to it. Just fucking take a quarter right now. Build your tolerance up. You think you...
Joe Rogan's down there and he's saying more Paul and Talcott, which implies less Brian O'Shea and whoever the other shirtless individual is.
How did you dye your hair, Goblin? What do you do to dye your hair? You put peroxide in it? How do you do that?
Urine. That's urine.
His knob.
Seriously, how do you do
we
it?
get back. Could you guys shut the hell up? I'm supposed to be commenting on this clip and getting back to it. And it just becomes whatever this is. You giving me dietary and like health advice. Fascinating.
Freedom and creativity, to the depths of the ocean and to the stars,
Right.
to the infinite universe of our inner world. Our forecast for the next 40 years. February 2012. Global Future 2045 Congress is held in Moscow. It is a debate platform for discussion of our civilization's prospects for development. 2012 to 2013. The global economic and social crises are exacerbated. The debates on the global paradigm of future development intensifies. New transhumanist movements and parties emerge. Russia 2045 transforms into World 2045. Simultaneously, the 2045.com international social network for open innovation is expanding.
Oh, that's what the last 4 years is about. Just getting the whole world under one
take
kind
part in
of
working on it,
organization,
or fund it,
one
or
program
both.
and plan.
In the
Shame.
network, there are scientists, scholars, researchers, financiers, and managers. 2013 to 2014.
Okay. Tribe is asking, this is a bit that we perfected here where we turn the sound down and then O'Shea, would you like to narrate? And then maybe I'll take over and then you want to do the bit or well, yeah, but you know what, Tribe? See, you may have heard this before, and for the new folks, they haven't heard the actual video. So then I'm like narrating and doing a bit non-bit, and they're not actually getting the information. Okay, 2014 to 2015, slaves will be mechanized and inserted into a large Amazon facility where they'll be forced to live and die within the confines of the wall. 2016 to 2020. See, it's not working. It's not working. And you need the actual information.
Let me try.
You want to try it? All right, you try.
All right. 2015 to 2020. Look at this shit. We're going to be connected to every fuck. Wait, no, that's what happened. Oh, yeah. Now 2045. We're fucking avatared out. We're complete computer fucks. We're just robot, just battery, like no conscious, no brain of our own. There's people walking around. Fuck. I'm getting stared at. It's Starbucks. Social. I got to stop. I'm self-conscious.
2014 to 2015. An actual drive-through speaker from Taco Bell will be implanted in each individual's brain, and they'll be able to order wirelessly. 2015 to 2020, an avatar is created where you're no longer obese and diseased, and you're able to pick fruits off an eternally growing tree and eat them, surrounded by nothing but mechanistic glory. And there's a slave bot doing all the work that the rest of you can't do and won't do any longer because you're devoid of purpose and meaning. There it is, cleaning the house, taking your luggage, doing science and information. All right, let's get back to it, O'Shea. That was kind of fun. It's kind of fun, but we actually want to hear what they're going to do. Now I lost my space. 2013. Oh yeah, we're going into global like decay and chaos, and we know what happened shortly after that timeline. They're a little bit off. They're about 4 or 5 years behind on the timeline, but still the same.
Economic and social crises are exacerbated. The debates on the global paradigm of future development intensifies. New transhumanist movements and parties emerge. Russia 2045 transforms into World 2045. Simultaneously, the 2045.com international social network for open innovation is expanding. Here, anyone interested may propose a project, take part in working on it, or fund it, or both. In the network, there are scientists, scholars, researchers, financiers, and managers. 2013 to 2014. New centers working on cybernetic technologies for the development of radical life extension rise. The race for immortality starts.
The same people killing everyone are all of a sudden going to make everyone
the
live
avatar
better.
is created. A robotic human copy controlled by thought via brain-computer interface. It becomes as popular as a car. In Russia and in the world appear, in testing mode, several breakthrough projects. Android robots to replace people in manufacturing tasks. Android robot servants for every home.
Yeah, I wasn't
Thought-controlled
far off.
avatars to provide telepresence in any place of the world and abolish the need for business trips. Flying cars. Thought-driven mobile communications built into the body or sprayed onto the skin.
Well, that was the Taco Bell drive-through speaker I was talking
2020 to 2025. An autonomous system providing life support for the brain and allowing it interaction with the environment is created. The brain is transplanted into an Avatar B. With Avatar B, man receives new, expanded life. 2025. The new generation of avatars provides complete transmission of sensations from all 5 sensory robot organs to the operator. 2030 to 2035, Rebrain. The colossal project of brain reverse engineering is implemented. World science comes very close to understanding the principles of consciousness. 2035. The first successful attempt to transfer one's personality to an alternative carrier. The epoch of cybernetic immortality begins.
The Talbot is born.
2040 to 2050. Bodies made of nanorobots that can take any shape arise alongside hologram bodies. 2045 to 2050. Drastic changes in social structure and in scientific and technological development. All the prerequisites for space expansion are established. For the man of the future, war and violence are unacceptable. The main priority of his development is spiritual self-improvement. A new era dawns. The era of neo-humanity.
Yeah. Notice how they just tack right on the end of that spiritual development, like right at the end there. Like they're like, we hate nature, natural forces, but right at the end there, this is all about your development to a new stage of beingness and enlightenment, Jack Talcott.
I heard him mention like social reform after the transmutation of the body. It's like, what? What?
Well, to be honest with you, in order for politics and social reform to actually work, first you have to become a robot. Then it'll work.
Technology.
Yeah.
Yes.
Talcott, you love this shit. You'd sign up for the program. Don't lie. You know how hot your robot wife's going to be, dude?
I don't want robot wives.
You're a liar.
No, dude.
Hey, Mr. Clouds, can we settle on some real pussy here? I don't want that digitized shit.
Right?
I'm a purist. I'm a simple man. The bodysuit. They now have everyone inserted into a fucking eternal bodysuit matrix capsule, like those bubble people during Enslaved 19. Remember those people who were dining in the bubbles? Like it was a real thing. Like, what do you think this all is? This is all just beta testing. They're, like I said, they're about 5 to 10 years behind. You carry this out another 5 to 10 years. Everyone, all these clowns are going to be walking around with brain chips, body suits with little rubber balls on them where they can like talk to each other and feel each other through the phone. Like, yeah, we're there, man.
We are. We're already like in our phones and the web and the network, and it's like, dude,
it'll be great. You can digitally like rub Donnie Trump's feet through the fucking like, so like every slave can like worship their master that they're voting for and have like direct physical contact and time with them. It'll be amazing.
They're gonna use the human avatars as the energy source for the internet that they want to put us inside of, but either way, they would still have to store the physical avatar somewhere.
Oh, like the Matrix?
Well,
yeah.
Like they said, they'll just replace it. Will become biological meat suits that can be controlled by radio frequencies and the collective.
That's already happening, though.
Well, and here's something have you guys heard of Paul Wallace by chance? I mean,
no.
It seems like something Brian would,
rapper?
No, he's a historian, theologian, whatever. He does His channel is The Fifth Kind, I think. He talks about interpretations of the Bible and says it's like interdimensional or ET, the
I
fallen
know what
angel.
you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, a lot of his work is extensively based on Jordan Maxwell's earlier works regarding about a lot of the beings in the Bible possibly being quote unquote aliens and things like that.
Well, like the man just said, we're apparently in some kind of an electrical matrix simulation. You know, our heart works off electricity. We're 90% water, which is conductive of the electricity. The ionosphere, which is the sky, is connected to us directly or indirectly. And it's all an electrical based simulation. So we're already there. We're already in it. That's what the universe is. They just want to corrupt that and make a physical version of that and have us agree to insert ourselves into there so they can take the power and control forever over our beingness.
Hey, the reason I brought him up is along those lines. Some of the theories is that humans, what we are, were created as a slave species, work animals, and not only for the labor of mining gold and whatever, but also this idea of siphoning energy from us, that these entities, these beings may actually feed off of darkness and hate and fear. That actually kind of ties to some of the ideas that, you know, these people worshiping the dark entities are getting the answers on how to control the masses.
Archons.
Lots of different names, man.
Well, that's what the whole controversy of CERN is supposedly about, because they believe that they're creating physical technology to harness what we see as quote unquote negative energy, dark matter, right? So again, I mean, it all has to exist seemingly to have this simulation and this creation. I think the issue is when it becomes severely imbalanced one way or even the other. You know, you can have a toxic positivity. You know, I mean, look at a lot of these religious folks and new agers. They're so toxically positive that they're constantly presuming and assuming and projecting. And when you won't accept their narrative, there's consequences. Right. So where is the line between positive and negative exactly when all the responses and reactions are predictable to nonconformism?
It's
don't wanna
kind of
accept my
simple,
positivity?
actually, though, because antimatter is the God particle. So it kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Well, where's the line between good and evil? You know, God and the devil. I mean,
Well,
it's all within us and without.
The yin and the yang are in the same circle.
I think it's really come down to what is true and what is not true. We've allowed all these different perceptions and beliefs and rules, labels to divide. But it really comes down to what is true versus untrue.
Even true and untrue is open for interpretation as well, because we only know right from wrong from the same people that have done us possibly wrong.
Right. But the way that we come to personally know right from wrong is through empathy, which is the firsthand experience of other people doing things to us and us doing things to other people or with other people, and then making a determination on whether that's quote unquote appropriate or not. You know, kind of like the treat others how we want to be treated idea. I mean, you know, if we were able to achieve that state of beingness, we would have a harmonious life and lifestyle here. But then it would beg the question, what would we do here exactly other than constantly be at peace or at rest or just being productive and co-creational? It would make for a very boring, undramatic story, right? Which human beings seem to love the drama. They seem to love the fight, the story, you know, the competition, the overtaking, the undertaking. It seems like it's indwelling, you know, it's just a part of who and what we are in this incarnation. I'm not so sure if everybody came to one understanding of how to live and we all simultaneously apprehended that and applied that and got results, that we would actually be as pleased as we think we would be. You know?
Can you imagine? I mean, because I've spent time imagining, and I could see us like accomplishing all sorts of amazing things. but it's hard to imagine people getting along in a world that's been divided for eons, right? It's the cosmic game, I guess. I do think
You've all already told us humans are actual.
You going overboard with that noise there.
They already have full control. You cannot fool yourself. It's not possible.
All right, you know what? We need to break up this energy. It's getting too heady. It's getting too out there. We're getting way off the ground here. You know, we don't want to scare a lot of the new viewers, just the middle class suburbanites who think that the answer, you know, the problem, the cause and effect, however you want to look at it, is like within this world and this system and politics, and it's about United States and left and right, and you're going to scare the shit out of them. You know, like the more you back away from the picture and start to like describe what may be the border and the framing, it starts to get people a little bit unnerved.
Well, what you say very frequently is that's the bottom line. You know, you have to walk in your individual experience and surrender the rest. Yeah, it's a fixed system, man.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of folks, as I described it, in the middle class suburbanites and city dwellers, they don't spend much of their time, you know, communing with the supernatural. They don't spend much time communing with themselves. There's always something or someone to do. So, you know, it's like when you are a person who spend a lot of your time throughout life with yourself and a certain amount of time with nature, just kind of in co-creation or communion or contemplation, you start to become aware of how little the average person thinks or wonders or considers, right? Or even connects the dots. And again, the last 4 years is pretty much proof of this. See, if I gave this rap to most of you folks, like before the last 4 years, you'd go, oh, this guy's like some tree hugging hippie. He's like some, you know, what's the man's name again? Now I'm drawing a blank. From Cuba, man who used to sit under a tree before he like went on a revolution and took over. Guevara, Che Guevara, right? They're like, he's some tree hugging hippie who's just sitting around, you know, he's got this wanderlust half the time, and the other half of the time he's just sitting around fucking commie, you know, just considering, wondering, wandering, you know, seeking truth. Now, after the last 4 years has taken place, everyone's become aware all at once. Holy shit, what Paulie Boy's saying might have some truth to it. The average person does not have any self-knowledge, knowledge of self, self-awareness, awareness of the other, whether it's the other selves or the other in the sense of the intuitional, you know, the logo, some might say, I guess is one way you could put it.
What's interesting about it is it's being presented mainstream, which is almost, are they trying to tell people, quote unquote, they, or is it that people are just stupid? I don't know. Can't figure it out.
A healthy combination of unwilling and unable. Unwilling because we're too cowardly to find out what we already know subconsciously, that we actually do have power and we can make a change. And that's really scary because most folks are afraid to fail and, more ironically, afraid to succeed. You know, there's a lot of folks who won't do what I've done because they're just afraid they might find out they do have a choice. They are going to be able to get through it. They are going to get to the other side. They are going to have more power to choose. You know, with great power comes great responsibility. And most folks are deathly afraid of accountability, authenticity, and responsibility. Your corporations show that all day, every day. Go to the general corporation and tell me if what I just said isn't true about most folks who occupy that position.
That's facts. Convenience and comfort. That's the problem.
And compliance. Convenience, comfort, compliance. All right, let's break up the energy. It's getting too heady and too serious here, and I need some humor in my life. And where I get that oftentimes is, you guessed it, Uncle Joe Biden. He's one of my favorites.
Today, we have another extraordinary honor to bestow on the nation's highest civilian honors of 19 incredible people whose relentless curiosity, inventiveness, ingenuity, and hope have kept faith in a better tomorrow. I congratulate the Presidential Freedom Medal recipients and their families. She's not only the only person receiving this medal. She is a it's not the reason she's getting it, it's because she's from Delaware, although I keep looking at her. And on and off the screen, Michelle Yeoh, has shattered stereotypes and glass ceilings to enrich and enhance American culture. Her roles transcend gender, cultures, and languages. From martial arts to romantic comedies to science fiction to show us what we all have in common. As the first Asian actor to win an Oscar as Best Actress, she bridges cultures not only to entertain, but also inspire and open hearts, and that's what she keeps doing. Congratulations.
You see how it's going? They say Joe Biden's a dead president, but he's not. He brings so much joy to folks like myself and others.
Dude, this guy could be president. I can't get out of my fucking car. What the hell's going on?
You really this is what I mean. Dude, it's the best of times, worst of times. Because as we go deeper into the recognition of disempowerment and disenfranchisement, there's so much opportunity to actually grow and succeed in some way, form, or fashion. Because all you have to do is go, this is who's running the supposed free world and country. What can't you do? Goblin's lighting the world on fire right now in my eyes. I go, why are you not taking over the world right now, Goblin? You have so much talent and ability, and you're a great speaker.
I have no reason to believe that that's a human. They may already be uploaded into those.
So this isn't real? None of it's real. It's just one big deep state troll?
I have no reason to believe that's a human whatsoever.
Oh, man, he's going deep now. Come on, bro. Why are you ruining this for the rest of us? I got so much confidence and self-esteem and self-worth the last 4 years watching this idiot and everyone allowing this and going along with it and supporting it. It's made me feel so much better about myself and my opportunities in life. I have so many career options at this point that I become aware of. You want to take that all away from me? See?
That's another interesting thing that happened within the last 4 years. Occupation statuses, relationship statuses, everything has been changed.
Hey, listen, if Joe Biden can be president, I could be porn star. I could be astronaut. I could pretty much do whatever the fuck I want at this point. Who's going to deny that? I just go in the middle of this shooting a porn scene. I go, hey, Joe Biden's president. Shut up. Keep the camera rolling. All right. Anything's possible. We've reached a new era.
The standards are so low. You're right. This is a blessing. This is a blessing. When I was growing up, we had Ronald Reagan and then Bush. I mean, they're not great candidates, not great examples. They didn't look insane. The kids today, they've had to deal with Trump and Biden, and this nonsense is the lesson I learned through my life was such incompetence in front of me. I was like, fuck, I can do better. And then that's how I'd grow. I'd get people out of my way and I'd do a better job of leading or getting the job done. The kids today, they're seeing the standards are low. So they're going to be fired up.
Right.
They'll be get out of the way.
There used to be a time where we go, hey, that's all bullshit. The American dream that anyone could be president. No, it's true. Look. Look. Right? So now, sky's the limit. All of a sudden, this new generation is going to just receive a burst of inspiration and ambition just by watching whoever's in charge. They're like, holy shit, this is who's in charge. We could do so much here. We weren't aware of it. Yeah, this is what we've been trying to tell you kids for the longest time.
Can you play the financial advisor?
Leaders.
Oh, yeah. We need that. You're right. The great timing, O'Shea. Perfect. See,
I could be financial advisor of the United States, dude. Why not?
Right.
That guy could do it.
I got to get this with the Clausen clip where I keep it for the back. I shouldn't have to go look this up. Financial advisor can't explain money and bonds. Yeah, this is the guy who's in charge of the financial sector. And he doesn't really know what government or how banking works, but who cares? He even kind of says, he's like, why is anyone even confused about me not understanding anything?
The U.S. government can't go bankrupt because we can print our own money.
Right.
it obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, I mean, again, some of this stuff gets some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do?
I think Biden would have done better at this fucking breakdown.
They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like the government clearly prints money. It does it all the time, and it clearly borrows. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this debt and deficit conversation. So
you can almost
listen. If what I just said that made no sense, I didn't understand, wasn't true, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. This non-conversation.
I didn't even realize he was telling the truth, though.
Wait, can you?
Sell bonds. It's the bonds of the people.
Right. All he knows is, hey, listen, lady, there's slavery, okay? You guys are all in bondage, and we create a credit line off that and issue currency, and then you guys pay the bill. What's so difficult here? You know? And then he's like, it's obvious the government prints money. It actually doesn't. The private Federal Reserve does, off of your credit, off of them tokenizing and monetizing you.
Can you play Talcott, like explaining to someone what he wants, and then he goes, I don't know. I mean, it was basically the same shit. Didn't you just do that?
Right. I'm calling for Jack Talcott to be the new head of economics for every administration. He's got to be able to do a better job.
You get to receive what you receive. I know what I'm offering. And I'm offering, well, I don't know.
Yeah,
thoughts, Chandler?
Now go back to that guy. Please go back to that guy where he goes, I don't know. It's the same shit. Please go back to that dude where he goes,
okay.
It's money. And then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, because it's like,
one for one.
And then they'll come to me. They'll come to this broadcast and go, Paulie, you have no degree. You can't speak on economics and government and spiritual. You can't speak on anything. You're not qualified. I go, that's the guy running everything, the economic sector. Halfway through, mumbling and stumbling, says, I don't know. I can't talk on this. I don't get it.
And then he goes, it makes no sense. But he was trying to, like, you could say, oh, he's talking about the people saying the system makes no sense. But
right. But like, I'll talk for an hour and a half and actually make sense and use words and terms that have meaning. And they go, who's this idiot? He's no economic advisor. I'm in inversion land. We're in complete inversion land. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, supposedly, and a technological genius. He can't even talk. He's seemingly autistic and retarded. And they're like, he's it. He's the pinnacle of intellect and intelligence and oration and presentment. Him and Alex Jones. That's the best we got, folks. It's as good as it's going to get.
Have any of you been able to verify? Patrick made a statement that they're already carbon taxing up there. I haven't been able to verify that.
Well, everyone knows that the government carbon taxes, and they carbon tax by doing bonds and carbon tax stuff. And you know what? I just don't get it, Goblin. I don't know why you're even bringing this up.
Because shit runs downhill.
You get to receive what you receive, and I know what I'm offering. And what am I offering? Well, I don't know.
I hear you.
You
All
get
right,
that?
shit runs downhill. Tell me how the shit comes out of the toilet sometimes when I spray a little bit. Sorry, I took it.
Inversion land. I think.
All right, let's get back. We got to get back. I got more of the docket here to fulfill. It's not the O'Shea and Goblin show, okay? That's it. That's at 6.
Going on
Bring
stage.
the receipts, just how horrible Donald Trump is. This is from Brian from High Impact. Because apparently he's gotten raised spirits. Like when me and him interact, it's like magic. He gets fired up, he gets passionate. You should have seen him yesterday. He was making Daddy proud. He's on there like, we shouldn't be supporting whatever's popular and what's profitable. If we're doing that, we're probably on the wrong side. You know, he's looking at it again. You know, he's putting a fire to himself and the people. Every time me and him start talking privately, he gets fired up and inspired again. So he's now bringing the understanding to all these Trump tards and statists, apparently, and I'm proud of him for that, about how Donald Trump is a loser, failure, liar, deceiver, and you're all being duped again by another false selection/election. So this is good. This is good for his audience, especially because there's a lot of folks over there are still caught up. They're still caught up in this idea of political science. They're being gamed and pimped and duped. It's got to stop for them.
Trump wants additional federal indemnity protections for all police officers.
Right.
We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to bring them back like they used to be. We're
Gotta
going to
have
make them safe
strength
places
policing.
again. We're going to give our police their power back, and we're
Give
going to
them
give
the
them
power
immunity
back.
from
Did
prosecution.
you hear this crap?
So they're
I'm not even going to be able to get through this without commenting every 5 seconds. We need to give policy enforcement and statute, policy, and code more of their power back. I'm saying we got too much of that going on, way too much. He's saying we need more, and they're going to vote for him.
prosecuted for doing their job.
He says, we're going to
doing their
indemnify
job,
them. In other
overthrowing
words, we're
rights
going
for
to hold
policy
them
and code for
guiltless
fraudulent
even
contract.
when they commit their crimes, so they don't lose their wife, their family, their pension,
remember Florida?
and their job.
Take the guns,
maybe
then go to court.
cops need to lose their wife and their family and their pension and their job. And maybe, just maybe, cops who commit criminal acts against Americans that they're supposed to be protecting and serving, maybe they need some jail time, Trump. So if you're voting for Donald Trump, you're voting for somebody who wants to hold cops guiltless when they commit crimes against the rest of us. Trump is for ERPOs, or extreme risk protection orders, or red flag laws. Red flag laws are anti-Second Amendment laws.
We are outraged and sickened by this monstrous evil.
Offering a solution to stopping gun violence.
That is why I have called for red flag laws, also known as extreme risk protection orders.
So when you're supporting Trump or Biden or any presidential candidate, you got to know that those presidential candidates, including Trump, are against the Second Amendment. If they're against the Second Amendment, they're against your right to protect yourself, your fundamental, unalienable right to protect yourself. And let me just remind you, the very first red flag law that went into effect in Maryland resulted in the death of Gary Willis, who wanted to defend his home, and the cops took his life anyway. That's what Trump is for. So if you're for Trump, you're for red flag laws, which means you're against the Second Amendment. Trump banned bump stocks. And a lot of people are like, who cares? That doesn't matter. I don't even know what bump stocks are. I never even heard of them until I found out that Trump banned them. Do you realize banning bump stocks means the criminalization of hundreds of thousands of Americans who own bump stocks? So what Trump did when he banned the bump stocks is he criminalized hundreds of thousands of Americans that he's supposed to be there protecting and serving, which is a violation also of the Second Amendment. If you're voting for Trump, you're voting for, I like take the guns first, due process second.
Or like take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of farms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Take the guns first. Take the guns first is what a tyrant would say. If you're voting for Trump, if you're voting for Biden, you're voting for tyrants. And don't give me this lesser of the two evils nonsense. If you choose the lesser of two evils, you are still making the decision to choose evil. Is there not another choice? Like, how about doing the righteous thing, doing the good thing, doing the noble thing, and not voting for evil at all?
I don't vote. If you vote, you have no right to complain.
Another thing is with the national debt, Obama increased the national debt 8.6 trillion in 8 years. Trump increased the national debt 8.4 trillion in 4 years. Is this me saying that makes Obama better than Trump? Not at all. If you're increasing the national debt, what you're actually doing is diminishing the value of every American's time and labor. It used to be before Trump got elected, he was for quantitative tightening. In other words, stop printing money and make sure that the money we have, the M2 money supply, actually retains its value so that every unit that Americans earn is actually worth something. And then when he became president, he moved away.
But that's the point, Brian, is we have to go to the next level and make the recognition and realization that the money's not worth anything. It's not lawful money. It's legal debt notes. It already has no backing. It was supposed to be a coupon for value that you exchanged for gold and silver, which was actual value that retains its value. That's lawful money. They've used the code and policy and system to take the lawful money out of circulation and use coupons for value, which at some point we know, like always has, this has happened many places before. The inflation rises. They print up more than ever, like they have the last however many years. Debt through the roof, printing up more than ever, stimulus, all the rest of the crap to Ukraine and Israel, more and more printing, more and more aid. You become insolvent. And that's when you have a collapse or a crash. And that's when you have all the folks who have all their assets tied to a baseless non-currency losing all their shit. It's happened before, and it's going to happen again because they're engineering it. They're doing everything they can to run the debt up like crazy, forcing us to print more, forcing whatever's already valueless, right? Technically, by definition, has no inherent intrinsic value in that paper note, is getting more and more less and less of its purchasing power over the last 100 years.
There's only one way to pay
the dollar has dropped over 90%, right?
There's only one way to pay that debt, Paul.
Well, yeah, you got to get it back in blood. That's how Shaitan works spiritually. So when every being is in debt to the tune of however much it is, and they can't afford because they've not managed their affairs, even in their system, you should have to show whatever your debt is in savings. So I think the average per person is 40 to 60,000. The debt is technically for each person. So each person should have 40 to 60,000 of those debt notes to trade back in to be solvent. And most folks live beyond their means, even in a debt-based, valueless system, because they're living off of complete credit and living beyond their means and living from pride and ego and comfort, right? So, I mean, again, like I've said in the past, if folks would have just took all those coupons for value and traded them in for gold and silver, you would send all of those notes back to source and they wouldn't have to keep printing more, because you would have all of the Americans holding gold and silver instead of the fiat currency notes. So the more you hold those notes that are valueless, the more you drive down the purchasing power of the note, making all the notes you hold at some point what they have been from the beginning, which is worthless.
Yeah. You nailed it.
And that's why some folks are getting gold and silver, because they know when that day comes, gold and silver is going to be worth more than ever. It already is. Right? I mean, gold and silver, just like Bitcoin, you could argue, which is a fixed asset, fixed amount of supply. With more demand, price goes up. Right? So, you take a non-asset, a coupon for value that's not fixed. It's printed up ad infinitum and has no backing in any kind of intrinsic value, right? It has no use case, is a way that they put Bitcoin, right? There is no use case outside of us believing that it has value. It can't actually solve any problem. There is no computation there, right? There is no co-creation there. It's a coupon for value. And the only thing that gives it value is the fact that we believe it exists and has value. As soon as it becomes clear in our mind and heart and our beingness, what is clear on paper, we're going to have a problem because our false reality is going to meet the real reality that we've been ignoring collectively. So this is why in times of peace, quote unquote, or in times of potential economic collapse up ahead, which it's obvious, right? Again, the thing's built to fail. It's a Ponzi scheme. So it has to fail in order for there to be another one created and us moved over. That's how the game works. So yeah, these are the times now when you start to realize how this thing works, where it's all going, invariably, inevitably. It's just about how long it's going to take time-wise to get there. You start to reprioritize and reappropriate. You start to take whatever value you have or equity you have and put it into or onto things that are tangibly have value and have from the beginning of time, right? Again, gold, silver, land, food, and water. That's something that's oftentimes overlooked. You got a bunch of folks, the majority of folks, tied to a grid and a supermarket supply chain system. The supply chain system goes down. Where are you going to get your food and water? I mean, we won't even argue the fact that the food and water you are getting is poisoned and cancer rates are going up thousands of % because they're killing everybody, right? So we won't even get into that conversation. But let's say they just take it away tomorrow, or like Joe Biden lets the boats spin in the harbor for a few months like he did. Remember that? Everyone forgot about that. Let's say that happens, some crazy war event, and the boats start spinning in harbor again, and you got no supply chain. What are you going to do? That's why, again, we're living in a collective hallucination. They'll say, I'm crazy conspiracy theorizing. No, I'm pointing out how the majority of folks are literally technically insane and living in a collective hallucination. And at some point, real reality is going to meet our reality that we've been imagining. Right. So if you ain't got land, if you ain't got gold and silver, if you ain't got food and water, and you ain't got a network and a community, you're pretty much fucked. Especially when the majority of folks nowadays can't get along with themselves and their family. And there's a good reason for it, because we become reprobate, infidel slaves. There's a reason why folks can't get along with themselves and each other anymore at family dinner. The lie is becoming too evident across the board, right? We're just no longer comfortable lying to ourselves and each other about pretty much everything. We've all become aware that there's a problem within self and outside of self. What is it and how do we solve it? So again, best of times, worst of times, because it's a great opportunity to now become aware of all of our individual and collective dysfunction, slave think, master think syndrome, and start to right that ship, right? Start to change ourselves from within and therefore from without. It's a great time to be alive.
Have access to oil or gasoline, even as much as a bicycle could be gold.
Right. Again, I mean, this is why I say technology can free or enslave, and there might be a spiritual aspect to it being run or co-opted by some archetypal spiritual force, maybe an aspect of self. But if you went back 200 years, folks could pretty much get along, maybe a little bit more than that, 300 years. The average person on this land, could probably get along without this system. We've become so corrupted and co-opted by this system and so codependent on it that we're worse off now in the modern day because we don't have any of our own skills and abilities generally. The average person I'm talking about, the average citizen who's specialized in institutionalized service, they have little to no skills and abilities to prosper or to even survive or live on the land.
One thing is for sure, without it, people would definitely have to take accountability, and it's even sad that it would have to take to be without that for people to be accountable. You know what I mean? And yeah, we would have to work through our problems as a species. instead of, these fictitious walls, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue there are two ways to that. Folks can't even fix their own and each other's problems now at times of peace when they have everything. What makes folks think that that's going to happen when they have little to nothing? Maybe that's the prerequisite of what's needed. You got to take everything away for the broken children to start to figure out how to work with themselves and each other and get something done. Because folks have had too much for too long, and they've been lulled into a false sense of security that's not in line with reality and life on life's terms. We're living life on U.S. corporation terms, and it's not the real reality. The real reality is somebody's got to fucking sweat all day, every day for you to eat that fucking meal that you take for granted on that plate, that you walk into an institution and pick it up that's already been pre-wrapped and scanned and poisoned and everything else. It's beyond bizarre. It's beyond mechanized and bizarre at this point. We've been turned into an alien race. The average person has no direct connection to the land and everything produced on the land and everything they consume day to day. It's complete division and disconnection. Lack of understanding and knowledge. We have no idea where 3/4, if not more, of all the products we're consuming day after day come from, who's handling it, what's in it, how much of it is actually what they claim it is. It's beyond mechanized and dysfunctional and bizarre. It's complete inversion land. It's dystopian, really. Like, I start getting flashes nowadays when I walk into these supermarkets. It's dystopian. Everything's got these colors and everything's lined up and everything's mechanized and it's systemic. It's bureaucratic. It's all run by policy and code and machines. The people are more and more predictable and reactive and machine-like. They're all run by policy and code.
Yeah, there's
just no connection.
I'm pretty sure it was you, Paul, the other day. You mentioned something that it kind of triggered me. The whole thing about when you go into certain grocery stores and they want to check your receipts on the way out. And
I don't do that. I'm not playing into that game. And I watch 10 slaves hold up the line and think I'm going to stand there while they all fish for their receipt and what they just did with it. Like they don't know the program and the plan. They can't pimp right. They can't hoe right. I'll say it over and over again. If you're going to be a dumb, broken hoe slave, have the fucking receipt out and ready. Why did you throw it out? Put it away. Take it. 5 feet away that they're going to try to search you for the receipt. If that's your game in your system, it happens at every slave mart. Why are you acting like it's not going to happen? Just get the fucking receipt, have it out, have it stapled to your forehead, and move along. No, they got to search for it now. What did I do with it, sweetie? Did I throw it out? I put it all put it in my wallet. Here you go. I just fucking walk right around them every time.
That's how.
Right? And the irony is they don't even look at me as I'm walking around with whatever I got while they're watching the 8 other slaves lined up holding up the thing. Like, we're all going to sit there and get strip searched and leave in Walmart now, right? We're all presumed to be guilty till proven innocent. I'm over it. So now they all know me now, and I just do the nod as I walk out, and that's like code for I'm not stopping and showing you anything. I'll see you later. So they get to know you. You're not going to do it. The rest of them will.
It's a prerequisite to rationing based on history, man. They don't understand that it's all predictive programming on some level. It never just stops at whatever you're seeing. That's the chimpanzee rat logic, where it thinks that just cooperate because whatever you're seeing now is where it's going to stop. It's not how it works. If you start lining up to be searched, leaving Walmart, you get more and more criminalized. The average person's more and more watched, tracked, traced, criminalized. Everybody's presumed to be guilty till proven innocent. We no longer have any natural rights because we're inside of a fucking corporate dwelling. I'm done. I'm not going to support going deeper into fascism, knowing where it leads, because you folks don't. It's archetypal at this point. It's every nation, every land, ubiquitously. I'm not feeding into it. I'm not complying. I'm not cooperating. Furthermore, I go to the damn checkout where they're right there. So you just watched me do everything. I'm on 10 different angles of camera. There's a camera on the damn checkout. There's no longer a human being talking to me. So I'm doing my own thing. And you guys are right there watching me. We got no issues. I'm not playing this game with you because it's really about formality. Just submit. Just submit. Just submit.
Just comply, cooperate, submit. I'm not doing it. And you can say I'm obstinate and belligerent. I'm not. I say, have a good night. We'll see you later. I'm in here every night. You know me, and you know I'm not playing this game, and I got 5 fucking bags, and you just watched me bag them all up. And no, I don't need to fucking steal from you motherfuckers. I'm probably one of the only people not stealing, right? When you get right down to it, someplace in my life, I'm one of the few not lying, cheating, and stealing. And guess what? I would bet Walmart and the rest of them are like top tier when it comes to lying, cheating, and stealing, I'd have to guess. Because most really successful corporations and corporate entities usually somewhere along the way get really good at lying, cheating, and stealing, or they get really good like Donnie Trump at learning the law and just using it for their own benefit and then competing with you to your own detriment, you know, which is kind of fair game. You know, ignorance of the law is no excuse. If you want to learn the law and understand that most interactions are contractual and voluntary and there's conditional acceptance, well, it limits your liability and obligations beyond a certain point of agreement. So, you know, I'm not going to claim that I don't engage in that. Hey, you all want slavery? Buy into it and feed it. You like it. I love it. I'm going to understand the law and the truth, and I'm going to apply it to get remedy and resolution for myself. If you want it, I'll give it away if I'm able to. If not, well, good luck to you. You know, and I also understand the inverse of that dynamic is at some point I won't be able to get remedy and resolution because fascism will be the order of the day. Oh, wait, we're pretty much already there. So good luck using common sense and appealing to folks' good nature and sensibilities and using common parlance or common law or universal law to get a result. They're too duped and slaved out. They're too thrown in. You're wasting your fucking time. It's falling on deaf ears and a broken heart most of the time. Let's be real about it. How are you, Broken System, Broken Trust? And then we'll let Mr. Talcott take over for a bit.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, I am absolutely fantastic. I've heard some crackling on my phone recently whenever I join a live stream. So if that's the case, hopefully folks can bear with it. But I'm doing okay. I've got a almost full battery for once, so that's a plus. I mean, I'm taking.
But you're on the crack. You're saying you're on the crack. You're crackling.
There's crackling in the phone that I use to do the live streams. We are restreaming to my audience, by the way, so I definitely appreciate covering topics like, you know, maybe when you know, you're playing that video with Brian. That's something that'll appeal to obviously
I'm
my
gonna
audience.
stop you right now, since you are restreaming and you can't undo it now. Look at me. You're my audience now. Get it? All right. I just stole your audience. Now continue.
Yes, and I would say the perfect way to steal my audience is to like introduce them into like something cop watching or like something in that genre, and then and then bring it like and then pull them into the spirituality shit because they need the spirituality more than they need the cop watching. But you use the cop watching like the bait. You know what I mean? You're like, here, cop watchers, here you go, and then you let them see something. Are you sure
that I can't get them with amazing personality and good looks? Because that's what I'm offering right now. As me, it's amazing personality and good looks. That's not enough?
As dashingly handsome as you are. And by the way, did you see, I did wish you a happy birthday on Facebook, and it was a lovely happy birthday. Like I thought I was definitely going to catch some shit for that. So I was kind of disappointed.
Sweet. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And I thought I was going to catch shit for that, but I didn't. So I was a little disappointed. But no, in all sincerity, I do wish you know, happy birthday and all that stuff. Happy born on day, whatever you want to call it.
All right, let's get back to it, because you just reminded me. We're doing right now how, because again, the folks who are going to be like really into this cop watching rights and freedom from their perspective, because I get it, I am, but from their perspective, they're going to be really into like Republicaning too. Like doing Republican stuff, doing Trump stuff, citizen stuff.
Yeah, you're going to have like some that are still stuck in like the whole Democrat, Republican, divisive type stuff.
We got to get them out of there. We got to get them out.
Yeah. I mean, they're still infested with those types. You know, I will agree. And once you start pointing out some of the flaws in their, you know, the cognitive dissonance that they have, a lot of them start to see it and they start going, oh shit. But then it challenges their belief structures at the same time. So it's kind of
that's
scary.
good. That's good. That's good. Because there's two sides to the coin of hate and love, right? So the more they hate me for challenging their beliefs, the more they'll keep watching me. So it's even indirect promotion and marketing for me. Not that it's about me, it's about the truth, but it goes hand in hand, right? So
I would agree with that.
I need them to be challenged and triggered and hate me, because that's when we do the pimping, where the hate is then converted over time into a healthy bit of respect and care, not only for oneself, but for the enslaved one and the bigger picture and purpose of what we're all doing here.
Yes,
you almost need that, right? Embrace the chaos, embrace the hate, understand that this is like a polar, endeavor here. This is a polar simulation. We need the light and the dark, and we need the alchemization, and we need the long gaming and the courting process. Really what it is.
Yeah, and that's going to benefit O'Shea a lot, because we still got to kind of work with him and get him prepared for his Ann Zimmerman, I guess, whatever you want to call it.
Is he going to that? Are you going to that? Do you plan on going to that?
I'm not willingly showing up to that BS.
Well, there you go. He's not going to court. He has no reason to go to administrative court as far as he's concerned.
Okay. Well, if you do decide to go in there and ride the bull, let me know. I'd be happy to. I'd be happy to show you what to do and what not to do.
I have a feeling I'm going to get dragged in there. I mean, I just think my car is going to be back in action. I'm going to try to go to Utah, but Vegas loves to extradite. So even if it's some bullshit misdemeanor obstruction charge, it's still a criminal offense. I think they would extradite me if I don't get too far away. I think they might extradite from anywhere in the U.S. I don't know, but I have a feeling I'm going to end up in front of that lady. But like what Paul was saying yesterday, like I want to do these mock things. I'm not saying here or wherever. Like I want to set it up somewhere where I could do these mock fake. Yeah, role play it so that I could be like, hey, objection. This lady has no. When the prosecutor starts talking, this lady has no firsthand knowledge. I don't know why she's talking. So I could get good at that and comfortable with it, like doing things like one thing like that, for example, or whatever I'm going to say, and then have actual judges or actual prosecutors or former ones that, how would you respond to this? What would you, so I could practice up. But regardless,
right. I mean, again, it's like I'd encourage probably anyone who's doing this walk of upholding the law and rights as they understand it. Freedom to travel without the papers, please. Like we're not in Nazi Germany. So, I'd encourage folks to take, one crack at the sort of court interaction presentment. At the very least, you can go down there and you can attempt to uphold and retain your supposed constitutionally protected natural right of not having to be searched. So you could go down to court. They're going to say, okay, can you empty your pockets and go through the electronic search? Well, I believe that I have a natural right or ability to go unsearched here today. It's constitutionally protected. So, I mean, there's levels to everything. You could even decide to go in there and to submit to all the policy to show good faith. And then present before that court as an example of what needs to be spoken and embodied, right? This isn't necessarily about running from or avoiding at all. If the individual has a need or a want or a desire to get it on the record and to do court and experience that process to some degree, which I have multiple times, right? Especially when it was Zoom court, there's no search, there's none of that. It's just basically we're presenting on Zoom in a court venue, supposedly. But yeah, man, there was a point in time where I was personally interested in presenting at court and taking it through the process and seeing where it goes. And then after a certain amount of times, I go, I think I'm done with this, because I see what the game is. I've gotten the dual jurisdiction on record for myself and for everyone else by questioning them. So with that in mind, I have no duty or obligation, as far as I understand it, to present, or as they say, appear at administrative or commercial court where there is no man or woman on the other side with a valid, verified claim. I have no duty or obligation because I'm not a trustee of United States Corporation. I'm not bound or latched by policy and code, and I don't have to show up and answer to administrative tribunal. I only have to answer to my fellow man or woman in that forum or to God. And if all three are not going to be in that room to move a case or to hold me accountable to some claim that's, again, valid and verified, and a word has been given to it that it's correct and true, I got no business in that venue or presenting it at that event unless I'm going to be paid to be there or compensated. So, you have to come to that understanding as an individual, and it would seem to be apparent to me that any being who does this walk would want to go to court at least a few times and put who and what they are on record and see what they have to say and do back. If not, then you never get any real experience, and you're always going to live wondering how it would go.
Dude, I did it once, and I'm one for when I actually tried to do something different. I'm 1-0, dude. My shit worked, and I know it's not. I don't want to get into details of it because I could, but it was a debt thing. You should pay your debts, everyone. But I just went up there and said, show the contracts. And that was it. All I had was show the contracts, and it got dismissed. It wasn't even my case. It was a friend's. But hey, Paul, do you have any of those Zoom courts on recording you could play for us when you were doing your Zoom interactions?
I think I recorded 1 or 2 of them. I never released them.
That would be huge.
I don't know where they went, but there's got to be record of it. If folks have my name, and those are, again, this is where it comes into question, because a lot of these court proceedings are not logged. There's no record of them, and they're not logged. There's reason to believe that they're not proper courts of law. Again, when you do administrative court, they can pretty much say they're going to do whatever they want. So they're going to keep private records. They're not going to release all the records to the public. They might not even be keeping an accurate record of the minutes of that court proceeding. No, I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but I would presume that pretty much every court on this land, regardless of jurisdiction, would have record of what went on and what was said in those venues. So everything that was said or done should be on record somewhere, somehow.
I'm surprised.
I guess at some point I could look into it and try to retrieve the records of my interactions and experiences.
Yeah, the transcript at least. But I'm surprised you didn't screen record it somehow.
Like I said, at that point in time, I was not really that deep into the YouTube situation, and I was not looking all the time for content or aware from that perspective. I was more keeping record of what went on until I didn't need to anymore, as far as I'm concerned, right? I'm very much kind of practical, simple man, I guess you could say. I don't concern myself with these things and these affairs more than necessary, and it's probably to my own detriment, because if I would have kept more record and kept an eye on where things were and had more of an eye for, hey, this is going to be content, probably be better off for me and my brand. But again, the record is the record. It should all be there. The interaction should all be there. There's probably recordings of those Zoom court interactions somewhere.
Well, there's definitely transcripts. So, because I have a case that I'd love to get the transcripts for. For some reason, I was told that you have to request them in person. When I went to request them in person, then they said, no, you got to do it online. So I did it online. They said, everything's good. You'll get your transcripts. And then all of a sudden they said, no, you got to request them in person. So anyways, long story short with that is it's almost impossible to get these transcripts, but it's the only court date I don't have a recording of about 25, 30 court dates, O'Shea. So whenever you want, I'm not saying I know what I'm doing. I just know certain questions to ask and at certain points, and it's super easy stuff.
How hard would it get to get people in here that know, would it be so if we're doing traffic stuff, a traffic lawyer to get him on a show here or somewhere else, okay, what do you think the judge would say when I do this? To do these mock trials, we're saying, how hard would that be? Doesn't people in this audience have friends, family? So does it have to be lawyers that have to resort to do role plays?
I know plenty of folks that would be perfectly willing to role play. I mean, if you want, I'll play the judge. I know exactly what the judges have to say and what they have to do. The way I see it is you got to get prepared to ride the bull. You know what I mean? You got to get prepared to ride the bull, and you already know a little bit about Zimmerman. You already know what you're up against. The lady's a tyrannical, treasonous bitch. for lack of a better term.
Right. The word is response-able. The word is not repeat-able. So how does it really benefit everyone from sitting around and watching mock or even true interactions between me and other people? This is between you and the world or other people, other selves. So you have to practice. Why do you think I bust your balls when you're out in the market to act like an idiot? Not only to get good content and to entertain us and to laugh, so you can practice being response-able and account-able, because one goes with the other. You got to count for your responses. The more you get out there, the more you mix it up, the more you talk to people, and the more you speak from the heart with authenticity, the more responsive you get. It's right there. It's on the tip of your tongue. It's who and what you are. It's how you live. That's the point of that.
Yeah.
So you can watch all this shit till you're blue in the face. Until you get in venues and start talking it and living it and being it, it's not going to be right there and part of who and what you are. It's going to be something you're trying to recall or trying to mimic and emulate.
Well, can I also say, because Paul, yeah, I mean, you do like what you can teach somebody helps them on one level, but there's a certain part of the process that's predictable, O'Shea, because they got to say the same shit, especially Zimmerman. She's got to tell you, you have the right to be informed of the cause and nature of your charges. You have the right to plead the fifth. You have they won't say you have the right to plead the fifth or anything like that, but they will.
Even right there. Bro, it's in you, it's not on you and around you, and it's definitely not in the book. If it is, well, it's in you first before it got in the book, because man wrote it. That's the thing. And we're back to pimping again, because you have to be on the fly and on your toes and response-able. They're looking for a player. So as soon as you start telling me what my rights are, I already take that in a sense as a presumption and assumption. First of all, I'm not even going to interact with that being in the form of a state of actor. It's a corporate entity. I'm not there to intercourse with them or argue with them. But if we're going to play that game and we're going to equalize, right, or we're going to take the power back, which as the sovereign, if you're there for special presentment and you're not there in appearance as the person, then you are essentially, according to their definition, the sovereign. You retain all the power to move that court. So I just stop him right there. Please don't try to explain to me what my natural rights are and aren't. You're not God. You're not even a judge here today. You're administrating these proceedings. And, foremost, I am the sovereign in the room. I retain all the power to move this court. And we're not going to change that dynamic here today. So the presumption is that I'm incompetent when it comes to understanding who and what I am as a man and what my rights are. I'm not. So we'll just stop you right there. You're not going to inform me what my rights are and aren't, because they don't come from you and they're not being taken by you. Again, this is where it comes down to being a kingly man. It comes down to presenting as king, right? The king is not going to go into any room and allow some troglodyte to tell them what their rights are and are not. It's presumptuous. It's assumptuous, and there is no bearing, on what this person's perspective or beliefs are. Not interested. You're wasting our time here today.
Yeah, look
and
at
they'll
your
say,
guy.
Paul, he's being rude, and he's not, there's times when I'm at court where if you go get the record, I've not been nice, kind, polite. I have been rude. I cut them off, and I just start clarifying the record and who and what I am and what I'm not. If I'm going to interact with them at all vocally, which is a dangerous game. Did they get it? Do they understand it? Are there any questions? We got no business really intercoursing vocally, but again, I'm the type of person where I just can't help myself. So I would give myself and others the advice, go in there, put your claim on record somehow, some way. Don't file into their case if you can avoid it. Get it on record and then present them with that claim and ask them, is there anything that they need clarified or don't understand? If not, then there's nothing to talk about. The rest is on them. But I can't help myself because I'm in there with other people and I know they're playing a game where they're not actually people, they're persons, and they're trying to get me in jurisdiction by intercoursing with other persons and actors, then presuming I'm a person or an actor. But at the end of the day, despite the game and the pimping tactics, I can't help but to speak for myself and to put it on record so they know, as men and women, first and foremost, who and what I am, what I'm about, and where we're going with this. Everything else after that, I have no control over. And I don't presume they do completely either. I presume there's some force in this creation that gives that order, whether it's local or non-local, in these people to do what they're doing. And I find that the more conviction you have in what's true and what's right, and the more you know yourself and what you're not, and the more you're willing to stand on that and respect yourself and the truth, the more they're compelled to respect you and the truth. Some way, somehow. That's the human element. So it's like a fine line between them taking it as disrespect versus them communicating that they're indirectly disrespecting me, right? I'm not there to disrespect them, but I will make it clear they're not going to disrespect me, and they're not going to presume and assume who and what I am and what I'm not. That's for the other slaves. And I'll sit right there and I'll joke with them, and we can rub elbows, and I'll say, you're going to uphold my rights today and the law of the land and the code and the policy and statutes for the rest of these dead-eyed slaves behind me who can barely talk. It ain't for me. Not all men and women are created equal in this realm. We may be created equal, but we ain't equal at this present time. That's clear. So, I argue that that's for a reason. If there was radical equality where everyone was forced to be seen as equal, we couldn't get the learning and the understanding we desperately need from this experience.
Yeah, look at your guy Clayton, did 33 days. Like, all he had, as far as I know, was, hey, there's no loss in harm, there's no injured party. That's basically what he did, and they dropped his case, right? Like, what's that all about? And
what it's all about is it's a Sicilian message. They know they don't have the ultimate power. They know we're true and right and on the right side of history, but they have physical worldly power, or they have an ability to just say, we didn't know. We didn't know you were here, Mr. Saring. It's been 33 days. We didn't know you were back there. Oh, yeah, we got to dismiss all this. We'll see you later. Wink, wink. That 33 days ain't a coincidence. That's a wink and a nod from the Shaitan, from the dark forces who are forced essentially to play a role in this light and dark dualistic simulation. Basically, again, you can't take it personal. It's just business, like the mafia will tell you. You're taking this very personal. It's just business. I get it. There's a lot on the line. Your rights, your freedom, your time, your body, all that. I get it. But at the end of the day, you just got to stand true. You just got to hold that conviction. You just got to surrender the rest in faith. At some point, you'll get what you need to realize what this is really about. So when he went to that court and they said, you've been here 33 days. We didn't know you were back there. Oh, we're dismissing everything. We'll see you later. You had no license, no registration, no insurance, a bunch of weed in the car, over the limit, legal limit.
Did he have a gun as well or something?
Yeah, he had a gun. He always has a gun. Oh, a gun. Ooh. Yeah, he's got natural rights. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. He can scratch his balls midday in front of everybody with 2 guns on him and 10 ounces of weed with no nothing. That's how being a man is, dude. They still haven't forgotten that. The difference is they know there's danger in that. If they start letting everybody be a man and do whatever the fuck they want to do, you're going to have serious issues and problems around here. Look around you. Look on these panels. You're going to have a bunch of prideful egos thinking they're going to do and be whatever the fuck they want and even cause loss and harm to other people. So, there's a fine line here between the simulation game and what's true and what's right. We're here. We're playing it. We're far into it. So the fact that they would even let him go after 33 days and give him the wink and the nod and then set him up with what he's not going to follow through with, like always. And I'm saying that to him if he's listening to get him motivated, but that's the truth. Because we're all procrastinating and lazy at times. They gave him a golden ticket. 33 days, false arrest, dismissal. You guys didn't even prosecute? Oh, we got big fucking payday coming. But he ain't going to follow through with it. He ain't going to pursue it the way he should. And you can argue in a way that's what makes him who he is in a positive way, because he's a lot like me. He's not motivated by money. He's not motivated by a big payday. He's motivated by doing what's true and what's right and being actualized and realized and putting it on record for these people to experience. That's the true value and coin of the realm, not coin of this world. So there's a lot of false arrests I have. I could have went and pursued it and probably gotten a bag or hired somebody to go do it. I'm really not that motivated by compensation. I'm more motivated for all of us to just live how we're meant to live. And see, this is where then you have to take in the ways of the world. Because oftentimes folks are never going to do what's true and what's right until you check them and until you tap their pockets and they see there's consequences to their behaviors and actions.
You know what?
Even though we're not motivated and ambitious for money, we may have to understand that these people usually only speak one language. They don't do what's true and what's right because it's true and it's right and because they have care in their heart. They start doing what's true and what's right because the alternative is they're going to get checked.
Well, yeah, and can I just say, like, I love that idea, though. I'd love to. There's public service agents out there I'd love to sue for just $1, just to get the deposition videos, just to get it on record, just to show the truth to an audience. I would love to. I'm not motivated. I don't want hundreds of thousands of dollars from these folks. Just give me a lawsuit for $1, where I get compensated
because that
$1.
might
Just
make,
so,
because then you might even have a better chance of winning, like with the $1, because it's like, oh fuck, I'll just, you know, they might not fight so hard, but like you're saying, that is valuable to have that on record that hey, you won this case, $1.
I just want them to admit wrongdoing. That's all I want. I mean, all I've been in it for is an apology, anyways. That's all I've been in it for. Is somebody can just say, "Hey, I'm sorry, I did you wrong." I'd forgive them tomorrow.
I get what you're saying, and I'm not even arguing. I'm not going to play devil's advocate to that degree because I know that's how I'm going to be perceived. Not that I really care, because the truth is the truth of the experience in conscious and awareness. And my experience is that if you conduct yourself that way at all times without wavering, you're going to find yourself constantly in conflict and problems with people. Because we're all at some point in our life either doing something that's wrong or considered to be inappropriate by someone else. So I'm not doing subjective morality necessarily. I'm just saying that you're wanting an outcome. You're clutching and chasing and desiring for something that may not be available or may not come.
Yeah,
right? Why do you need them to admit wrongdoing? If you know you're right and you know they're wrong, what's the difference what they admit to and not? As long as they uphold your rights and freedom to continue on with your life, why do you need some egotistical competition where something is put on record and has to be proclaimed? I don't need that.
Okay.
The God is the judge of that ultimately, right? I have faith that however this thing works, these motherfuckers are going to get whatever the fuck they're meant for in this realm and hereafter. I don't have to worry about that. The only thing I have to worry about is being who and what I need to be and making sure they understand that as best to my ability. So, I don't need them to admit wrongdoing for them on their journey. Doesn't help me. And I'm not in this for ego pride games where I'm right and you're wrong. I'm not in this to right fight. Do you want to be right or do you want to be happy? Do you want to have peace?
Okay, so do you think it's okay, so you know, part of me, I guess, is thinking, you know, get the deposition videos just to show it and maybe use it as a tool for other folks to learn. Or maybe
you got Slavin. You got Slavin's backroom videos where he did everything but shoot a porno for you back there. And he told you. You got all these people on. Dude, at some point, you got to let go. And you got to recognize you're not really helping the people. The majority of the public are unwillful, undisciplined, unlearned slaves. Your next piece of content's not going to be the breakthrough. It's already all there. There's nothing new under the sun. And you got Slavin, the real true Hollywood story behind the scenes, literally telling you he's a sovereign citizen and a host of other things.
Yeah.
They've all come out in the open. It's all there.
Yeah,
the words and terms are there. The U.S. code is there.
At this point, it's just mocking folks. I mean, it really is.
Yeah,
it's just
at this
mocking.
point, everyone's engaged in some big food fight like we're back in high school. We're going to throw shit till someone says stop. Like, it's over.
Yeah.
It's been put to bed. We've all exposed it. The words and terms are there. The truth is out there. Take it or not. If not, we're going deeper into slavery, genocide, and fascism. And Slavin's going to laugh his fat ass off while he goes into degradation and disempowerment and thinks this is all just a big game and a joke. Maybe it is. On the highest level, cosmically, who gives a fuck? When you're dead and you're not in this body anymore, it's not going to matter because you're not in a material form. You're not in a matter existence. So if they want to play that way, let them have it. I don't play that way. It matters to me here and hereafter. I'm not going to do anything that I regret as much as possible. I'm going to do harm reduction for myself and others. I'm going to live by what I perceive to be the most empathic, intuitive state of beingness, conscious and aware and reconciled. If they want to play the game, let them have at it. Pimpin' Max, Slavin, look at you go.
And then broken system, like you said, once you get the apology, you're forgive. But like with my arrest and even like what I've heard from Paul is like the forgiveness comes like almost immediate
Right.
But Paul, how does
you
forgiveness
don't even
work?
need forgiveness because you've never gone to hate to begin with. You only need forgiveness once you went to hate and then have to go backward. I've never gone into hate for the folks who've arrested me or done whatever to my body and with my body. I tell them that I believe they're going to put themselves in judgment and this is not proper action. And I think that they're a fool and a miscreant, but I have no hate for them. I'm already forgiving them for they know not what they do. If they knew better, they'd do better. If they knew what it meant to be a man and what America was, they'd never be arguing with me to begin with.
So, Paul,
I know they don't know themselves and the truth.
Real quick, BS. Where does forgiveness? Is there stuff you are currently not forgiving people for, or where is there stuff you? Well, I'm just saying in general, like as a philosopher. I'm talking to Paul here, real quick. Like,
yeah.
Paul, what like as philosophically, like, are there things that we shouldn't be like currently? Do you have people that you aren't forgiven? You know what I mean? It's just like, should we just basically be forgiving most people because most people just don't.
To forgive is not to forget. I'm aware of the dynamics and the cause and effect and how maybe things should be done for the individuals. That does not mean I take it personal when folks make their own choices to live how they choose, even if it's detrimental to me or them. That's the freedom we have to give everybody to learn in this life, even if they never wind up learning. So just because I have the ability to forgive or reconcile in all moments the dysfunction from myself and others does not mean I forget that or cease to understand those dynamics or attempt to try to correct them if possible. Right? We're talking about an emotional state. I'm not going to live in hate. I'm not going to live in division or in an attack mode or defense mode. Right? I'm just going to be conscious and aware, as peaceful as possible. Right? I already have enough war within me that the more conscious and aware you become, the more you start to resist and fight against dynamics that are meant to be. So there's already a war within self. We have to master self. We have to conquer self. We're not here to project any of that outward onto others and make people bear that burden. So again, I'll say certain things about my father because I know he knows in his conscience he would rather be a different man than what he is. But instead of admitting that and working into being the man he knows he's meant to be, he's going to bullshit himself and me and everyone else and try to appeal to emotion. That's when I call him out because I and he knows better so we could do better, right? Doesn't mean I live in hate. I speak to him and others regularly, and I will hold them accountable. And I can also talk about the day-to-day stuff, and I can talk with loving care and forgiveness. But I'm not going to forget, and I'm not going to ignore, and I will correct when necessary.
Mm-hmm.
That's being a father, is it not? If you have a father and everyone's your child, essentially, right? If you can embody that state of beingness as seeing everyone like the Christed being did as children of the Most High, right? Then there is no hate. There is only forgiveness because you understand that we're all learning and growing or not. And guess what? There's a consequence to or not. If you're living in this life and you're not seeking truth and learning and growing and being set free, you're going to feel it. I don't have to hate you. I don't have to do nothing to you. It's better for me to forgive. Takes the karma off of me and puts it back on you. You don't want to do better and be better and understand better, to have better? Well, you're going to feel it. Good luck to you. What do I need to hate that person for or not forgive them for? They just fucked themselves by whatever it is they did to me, therefore did it to themselves. I told you the kid that I got reactive with at one point went and got a gun, came back, he was gone. So I went back home and I sat with it and I came to a place of forgiveness because I knew that he was a tortured, suffering soul. And when he hit me with the bat, he was drunk. He had to get himself drunk to do it because he knew intrinsically he was wrong. He knew that I didn't wrong him. It was all an ego pride play. You know, he just wanted to seem and feel tough and in control and empowered. So once I forgave him for his display and even the fact that he put a black and blue on my leg with the bat, right? Could have went way worse. Could have hit me from behind on the head, right? Hit me in the leg, put a black and blue on me. I healed pretty quick. I forgave him for it. He was dead within a month or two. So I didn't need to do anything to him. Hate wouldn't have helped me at that point. Going and doing something back to him wouldn't have helped me at that point. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Isn't that what everybody's scripture fucking says? I ain't no biblical scholar, but I reached a place inside of me where I realized that forgiveness and faith was more powerful than any reaction that I could have heaped upon him and myself. Absolve me of all the burden, of all the negative feelings, of all the pride and ego, and it took care of him one way or the other and got him the fuck out of here so he couldn't continue to harm other pure, virtuous people who did not have bad intentions for him or for others beyond a certain point. He was projecting something onto me that I didn't do, saying that I was robbing him, stealing from him, talking about him. I wasn't doing none of that. So when you accuse a man falsely and you bear false witness and then you take violence upon him and he chooses to forgive you, knowing you know not what you do, the universe is going to take care of that motherfucker rather quickly, relatively. You know, couple months ain't nothing in the scheme of time.
Yeah, I'm going to bring something else up. Yeah. I'm going to bring something else up. And dude, I'm a fucking idiot and I'm not trying to clown you. It's just a father thing. Like something happened where you like reacted with anger and fucking the dude maced your buddy maced you. He goes, give me that back. And he fucking maced you. I don't know if you want to get into that story, but I'm laughing just because, dude, like I said, I'm a fucking idiot. And that person was doing a fatherly thing when he fucking maced you, like your friend. I don't know if you know what story I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was my uncle that just died recently.
Yeah, I love that guy, and I never met him, dude. But he
was the quintessential example of I'm going to teach you a lesson in this life. He was the complete absence of faith. So he was a man who was pretty much, as far as I could conceive, a lot of the time godless or faithless. He was very much rooted in his problems, his personality, his past, his experience, what he wanted and didn't want, right? So it's not to say that he wasn't a selfless being on some level. He was very caring and loving toward me when I was younger. He stepped in where my mother couldn't, right? He used to cook for me. You know, we used to listen to things together. We spent a lot of time together, and he was, I believe, a loving and caring person. But he had come to believe or experience for himself that he had no love in his life and in himself. So he became a person, I believe, who lacked faith and lacked true love and care for himself. And I think that it indirectly affected other people, right? Just his belief about himself and what this world was, and the fact that seemingly there was no equity here, that folks were harmed and have suffered, and there wasn't a reason for it, and there's no way back. You know, it was kind of a lost soul, kind of a syndrome with him. So yeah, he had become a person who, when he got angry and got mad, he was going to prove to you or to himself what was going to go on and not go on, right? That pride and ego shit. You know, and you can argue there is a place for that at times. It's a teacher for everybody involved, you know. So I was running my mouth and, you know, didn't get what I wanted from him, you know, trying to get him to be a part of some drug scheme at that point. You know, he didn't want to be a part of it. So I pretty much, you know, I don't remember the exact details, but along the lines of told him to fuck himself and, you know, told him take me back, got out of the car, you know, treated him like shit, being unthankful, ungrateful, being an addict, acting out, you know. And when I got out of the car, I threw the fucking cup that I had, one of them paper cups that you get on the East Coast with every drink you get from wherever you go. I threw it, you know, toward the car. I don't remember if I hit the car or went near it. But yeah, I mean, you know, that's all it took for him, because he's like, you're unthankful, you're ungrateful, you're running your fucking mouth. And then you want to throw shit at the car and act like a tough guy, you know? So he called me back to the window and he fucking pepper sprayed me. You know, at the end of the day, I didn't yell or scream or nothing. It was uncomfortable, but I just fucking waited it out, you know? And that was that. In a way, you could argue he taught me a lesson, you know? And I guess there was multiple lessons there, you know, because it's like out of a, you know, one of those old comedies, right? Like, I'm talking shit, whatever else, throw the fucking cop and then try to storm off acting out. And then he calls me back over and I'm not expecting him to do anything to me. I'm thinking maybe I'm going to get what I wanted, right? But apparently I got what I needed.
I thought there was a story where, dude, dude, it feels like I'm trying to bring up something, but I thought there was I don't know if I'm conflating with another one. I thought there was a story where you grabbed like a gun out of the glove box went to
No,
go do
that
something.
was with Clayton, man. That was with Clayton. You got to get the stories right, O'Shea.
No, I know, but let me just finish because I thought there was one with the mace where like there might have been 2 times where you grabbed a gun and then you're like, he's like, get the fuck over here, give me that gun, and then you give him the gun and then he maces you and drives off. I don't know why I got that in my head.
No, you're making shit up now. You're conflating stories.
Okay, because I do know the other one with the spit. You're talking about the one with the spit and the gun and.
Yeah, you're making shit up, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Well, either way, it's basically the same, similar, whatever.
Yeah, that's the thing. Fancy's saying I could have turned out like him. I was like my uncle. That's why we identify with each other for a good amount of time, because I did not have love in me or really for or from. I guess I didn't feel loved by anyone. So I didn't have love in me or true care. I was pretty much broken, lost soul, looking to medicate and just exist, just to coexist until whenever, whatever happened. So I didn't really have any purpose, meaning, or value for self or really anything in life. So yeah, we identified at that point, and then there was kind of a change at some point. I got off the drugs. I started to seek a meaning, a purpose, a value, philosophy, and understanding. And I started to go on a journey of self-discovery, I guess you could say, or self-actualization and realization. And I just now believe that this journey to actualization and realization through the intuitional, instinctual aspects of self, when directed properly, can mitigate or even completely reverse what we know as different aspects of mental and emotional illness. I think a lot of what we know as mental and emotional illness just comes down to the belief that the person holds about themselves and the world, and vice versa. And what they do with that or don't do with that. All right, we never finished, man. We got to get back to Trump and Brian. I'm going to wrap up here soon. We're already 20 minutes over the official broadcast ending. What's that now? Somebody's muttering and mumbling?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay. But we kind of got on this, maybe we can pick the discussion up on a different day. But doing the whole, what you were saying about, I know the truth, going back to how we got on the discussion, whatever. And by the way, thanks for sharing the story. But we got on this by talking about, forgiveness. And then O'Shea asked the question about forgiveness and how it works and everything like that. I guess maybe I chose my words poorly because I don't really want any, I don't need to sue somebody to forgive them or whatever. I'm just saying I want to put things on the record, learning experiences on the record, or maybe that's just my subconscious, or maybe that's just a need for more controversy.
You're doing it now. You're literally doing it now. You just took me completely off of where I'm going to go back 20 minutes so you can prove something that we've already moved on from.
Yeah.
So you're doing it now. If you want further clarification of what I just said 20 minutes ago, you're doing with these people, you're doing it now to prove you're not doing it then. Does that prove you're doing it both times?
Looping. Yeah, it's looping.
Yeah, looping, fixated, obsessed, prideful, egotistical. It's got to be about me and what I want and what I'm going to prove. And it's probably why you have so many issues with a lot of those people you do on Facebook. I would know. I mean, I've been the person I'm describing pretty much all my life, and I'm learning more and more each day how to practice surrendering and faith and letting go and not having to prove a point. The truth stands on its own. If you can stand on your own with the truth, then we don't have a problem. We have a solution.
Right. Yeah, no, and I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because that's, it helps me see it from a different perspective. You know what I mean?
Again, there's a fine line, dude. That's the thing that makes you at times, and at times probably breaks you, because that's the thing that separates you from other go along, get along sheep slaves, is the fact that you want to be true, you want to be right. But then there has to come a point where you go, okay, I'm confident in myself that I am true and right, or at least true and right enough. I don't need any further proof or clarification or acceptance or validation. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. It's kind of again, the middle way, the middle ground.
Yeah, and I recognize the looping, and it's very bizarre because now that I see it, I can't stop seeing it. And it's like but
that's the point of consciousness and awareness. And the more you get aware of that, the more you'll just flow freely, and you'll come from a heart-based center where you'll just kind of know what to do, when, why, and how, and you'll let the rest of it go because it's just more than necessary, right? To pour and keep pouring is worse than to pour and stop pouring because you overfill the cup. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, well, let's put it this way. Most of it made sense. I'll listen to it on a replay just because there's a lot in there. There's a lot of packaged in there. But for the most part, I think I got it. You know what I mean? But
desire, man. Desire is a tricky motherfucker because motivation and ambition can propel you to be a self-starter and do more for yourself and others. But it can also be an impediment, right? Because a desire that's never met or fulfilled leads to, in a sense, a suffering or a resistance. So I try to speak on these things as much as possible based on the truth without injecting my desire for it to be one way or the other, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes total sense. So I'll get out of here and I'll drop out. I know you were over time, but thanks for letting me restream. And hopefully if my battery is, at a good level, I can do this a couple more times. But thanks for having me up, man. And happy belated birthday, O'Shea.
I appreciate you, Josh.
All right, take care, guys.
All right.
I just want to add.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the practice of conscious and awareness. It's as you go through life. If you watch yourself and you have others that watch you and you do this kind of guru, non-guru, a monastery kind of practice where you observe self and each other, you start to become more aware of self and the other aspects of other selves because we're all one self. Then you start to have this more intuitive and directly connective relationship with reality and other selves in the reality and kind of what to do next, when, why, and how, and then how to just let go. Again, this is the Tao. This is the art of living. This is the way to the way. And we're all practicing. I don't think that it's necessarily an accomplishment or an achievement or a state of attainment. You can become aware of it and you can become aware of how it works. And then it's about practicing it. And any time you can slip from the practice and you can start to project, reject, inject, and muddy the waters. You were saying, Mr. O'Shea?
I was just gonna say real quick that, like, these things we deal with, the traffic, rights and freedom, not IDing, maybe taking the plates off. I mean, like when we talk about the glorified, if you're gonna get 6 months, whatever, it's like a glorified summer camp. I mean, come on, guys. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Like, if we fail in court, you never really fail in front of these judges if you're standing up, like you were saying, to what's true and what's right. But I just want to reiterate that point that, like, I mean, guys, really, but there's all this fear out there. Maybe I'm talking to myself even, but it's like,
guys, we come every day.
Guys,
I'm an audiologist, part time.
What's the aesthetics laugh again?
No, he stole Howard Stern's fake laugh, and now he appropriates it when he's uncomfortable and awkward. He introduces the fake Sternian laugh.
Yeah, I want to combine the with. It'll be like.
Yeah, you got to combine the new with the. That'll be your new inauthentic corporate beta male presentment and persona. That's your mask that you'll wear on here, where we never kind of get a read on what you're actually feeling, like what's actually going on inside of you. Whatever.
You had it.
Yeah, like you just drop a truth bomb on them that's life changing and ego shattering, and they go, whatever. And I go, yeah, go take the next 6 months off and sit with that and get back to me. All right, let's get back to it, O'Shea. We gotta finish something we start here. Don't be like the rest of these United States citizen slaves who never finish anything they start, not even their own lives. They just die abruptly. One day you're at the Burger King drive-thru. You just got out of the voting booth. You got your pin that says I voted, and you just fucking drop dead right there. Heart attack, stroke, right in the fucking Burger King drive-thru area. It's not pretty, people. It's the American way.
Away from quantitative tightening to calling for massive quantitative easing.
I personally think the Fed should drop rates. I think they really slowed us down There's no inflation. I would say in terms of quantitative tightening, it should actually now be quantitative easing. Very little, if any, inflation. And I think they should drop rates and they should get rid of quantitative tightening. You would see a rocket ship.
In other words, print the money, lower the interest rates. Let's get this economy going, which basically is saying, I don't give a damn about your time and labor, Americans. I'm going to diminish it and devalue it. And this 8.4 trillion doesn't even take into account the 6.2 trillion that he signed away from Americans toward the banking cartels, toward the big pharma industrial complex, toward the military industrial complex, and away from Americans. Listen to this. He's going to sign with one signature. He's going to sign away $6.2 trillion while mainstream media says it's just 2.2 trillion. Listen to this.
Now, I'm going to sign this, and it's a great honor. $6.2 trillion. I've never signed anything with a T on it. I don't know if I can handle this one, Mitch. We can't chicken out at this point, can we? I don't think so, huh? All right. Thank you all.
Now we're going to watch them sign this 5,100-page document that nobody read. Watch what he does when he gets rid of the pen. Watch the second person he gives the
But
pen
I wanted
to.
that to be a nice signature.
First pen goes to Mitch McConnell. Second pen goes to who? Goldman Sachs bankster, Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin. It is a big club and you ain't in it. This is the Rothschilds banking cartel taking firm control, even more firm control over America and Americans. So when you're voting for Donald Trump, you're pro-bankster. You're also pro-military industrial complex because Trump gave the Pentagon one of the biggest increases it has seen in decades. Remember, we were warned by Eisenhower of the danger of the military industrial complex.
Our military organization today bears little relation to that known of any of my predecessors in peacetime, or indeed by the fighting men of World War II or Korea. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
You remember a day before they found that there's $2.3 trillion that were missing from the Pentagon coffers.
We are, as they say, tangled in our anchor chain. Our financial systems are decades old. According to some estimates, we cannot track $2.3 trillion in transactions.
So there's massive waste going on, and Trump gave them even more money so that they could waste even more American taxpayer dollars. Trump also promotes law enforcement legalized armed robbery under civil asset forfeiture. So when you're voting for Trump, you're voting for the practice that seized $87,000 from Stephen Lara and millions of other Americans. Civil asset forfeiture nets federal, state, and local authorities over $3 billion every single year. That doesn't even count traffic tickets. And this is what Donald Trump is for. This is what he supports. Civil asset forfeiture of the American tax cattle. He's basically saying, hey, law enforcement, have at it. Don't worry. We're going to hold you guiltless. We're going to indemnify you. That qualified immunity shield that you got under the Trump administration, it's going to be stronger and more powerful for the police and against the Americans that they abuse.
We're going to give our police their power back, and we're going to give them immunity from prosecution, so they're not prosecuted for doing their job.
And let me remind you that Operation Warp Speed Donald Trump actually called himself the father of the VAXX.
And look, I guess in a certain way, I'm the father of the vaccine because I was the one that pushed it. to get it done in less than 9 months was a miracle. Fauci said it would take 3 to 5 years.
So he's patting himself on the back for the what. Is this what you're for? Is this what you support?
You get to
now, remember when I
receive what
asked you,
you
what would you
receive.
think about Obama and Biden if all you knew about them was that they were bailed out by the Rothschilds banking cartel? Well, guess who actually was bailed out by the Rothschilds banking cartel? And I don't know, maybe Obama and Biden were. It doesn't even matter with them because, they're yahoos anyway. They're clearly bankster puppets anyway, and you can see that by their actions. But Donald Trump was bailed out by this man right here named Wilbur Ross. Wilbur Ross is a former head of the Rothschilds Inc. bankruptcy advising team. And Wilbur Ross, under Rothschilds Inc., bailed out Donald Trump when he got upside down with Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. 25 years later, when Trump becomes president, he makes Wilbur Ross the Commerce Secretary. Yes, indeed, it is a big club, and you and I ain't in it.
Forget the politicians. The politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. It's
All right, what is it these people don't get? Let me give you an analogy. It's like Steve Martin should be here for this. I want to know what he thinks. It's like football, right? The guys who really, once they grow up into men who care about the game, they're the idiots. You're supposed to just get really good at the game of football so you can get all the other stuff that men care about. Money, power, pussy, fame, recognition, shit like that. You guys thought that this was about governance to do what's true and what's right? Man, you guys are fucking gullible and stupid. This is just a platform for us all to be seen and heard and get recognition and have achievements and get money and pussy and power. Don't you get it? You're still looking at us like we're not a big boys club, that we're here to do something righteous for you and to solve problems? No, it's one big game and show and sham, just like the NFL. It's about the fringe benefits for the individuals involved. They don't really give a fuck about football. Hello? Is this registering with anyone's subconscious mind? There's no other way to do what's true and what's right and to create a life in this world other than being a professional football player, or a fucking member of government agency. There's no other way to actualization or realization as a man or woman. Either that or subconsciously, we just want fame, recognition, money, power, and pussy. And they're all kind of interrelated. Oh, sorry, we're at dinner now, and I just upset everyone. Brad's wife just stormed out. So I'm sorry, Brad. Sorry that I had to say the quiet part out loud. She just stormed off because she's one of them. She's not going to date somebody who hasn't arrived, doesn't have a certain position and power and money and small penis and small values in this system. They're not just going to date anyone. So Debbie just stormed off because I just pointed out the quiet secret part out loud that nobody's wanting to address. That we're bereft of objective logic, morals, ethics, values, and principles. Because we got better shit to do and be here, right? Fascinating. It's really weird, too, because when you go to all these organizations, you find few actual good people who are actualized and realized. Just got a bunch of inauthentic corporate males and females acting like they've arrived and enjoying the fringe benefits, telling the rest of us how stupid we are.
I wonder, to me, I mean, it looks like, the karma's gonna definitely, if not, it's already, coming, it's already hitting Trump, whether he believes it or not, because I can tell, you can tell that he's not happy, you can tell he's not satisfied, he's not a happy person inside. So, I think he's already getting at him, whether, I don't think he believes it or sees it.
Okay, I'll give you another analogy. I'll try to help out. Remember back when we were in school and I was the guy who saw through all of it and how all of it was bullshit, but everyone else acted like they had this vested interest to be there? And Paulie was an asshole. If Paulie wasn't the source of entertainment every day, he was the asshole for all the well-to-do dupes and gullible little teachers, pets, and slaves. They're really there to learn and be educated. Is that what it really is? Or do they know subconsciously and consciously they have to be there and part of this organization and excel in order to get validation? Hello? Pretty sure that's what it was. I was just broken enough to not give a fuck about false validation or even true validation because I knew I was fucked up and it wasn't going to matter how much false or true validation I got because I didn't feel completely whole and human. I'm suspecting other people are having the same experience. They're just not quite as vocal about it. Maybe they're not quite as aware of it. Maybe I'm projecting. I just know everyone around me was acting like they really wanted to be at school, like they had a vested interest in it, like it was really about knowing what was being told to us and then like getting validation. It wasn't. I mean, I guess it was, but it was about later, right? Like, hey, if you don't do this, like it's just a complete rat track, right? If you don't go to school and you don't listen and do what we say and get the degree, you're not going to make the money and you're not going to get the pussy. And you're going to be like Paulie boy on the fringe of society, quite frankly, for a good portion of his life. You're going to be misunderstood. You're not going to be accepted. You're not going to get the true validation. And, you know, you can just cover all the false validation, like the pain of unactualized and realized. You can just cover that with tobacco, alcohol, and pharmaceuticals, like the rest of us do. Come on, Paulie boy, smarten up. You're going to trick yourself out of the worldly power and position. You know, but I had to go the way or my own way. And I had to figure it out on my own time. So, yeah, while I was doing that on my own journey, trying to actualize and realize and figure out me and how the world works, they were all too busy trying to fit in and take interest in what was going on there, even though they had no idea why they were there. But subconsciously, they did because it was instilled in them. If you don't do this, you don't get that. That's how you behaviorally modify a race of beings or animals. That's how you train them. That's why my father used to say, Paulie, you can't be trained. And I'd respond at 12 years old, that's great. I'm not an animal. I'm not supposed to be trained. Now, you can teach me, but that would require you to show me a better way. And you haven't done that. So I'm not listening. You see why I was a problem for the adults? These are folks who want to teach without showing a better way. They want to tell you and expect you to listen to what they say and not do what they do. That doesn't make sense. These are people who, when you bring home your middle school homework to them, they can't do the equations and the problems because they forgot it. Why? Because they didn't need it, apparently, to live in the real world. So then what am I doing here exactly? Oops, a violation of logic again. Don't want to bring that kind of stuff up to the adults who just say, Paulie boy, you're overthinking this stuff. Just fucking fit in. Just do what you're told to do. When they tell you what you got to say, you spit it back out and you just put the time in. Then one day, you'll get an opportunity to work for the next 30 to 40 years, part of someone's slaved out corporation. Then you can get yourself a nice little pension. Maybe you can die the last 15, 20 years of your life at best with some things and maybe a nice little woman there to be your keeper. And I go, oh my God, I think I've incarnated in a complete nightmare, haunted house. I go, the best things they're offering me sound like a nightmare. Something wrong with me. It's me. I don't deny it. It's got to be me. What was that song? That's a Britney Spears song. And it's got to be me. I'm gonna remix that. I'm going to put a little bit more of a masculine edge to it. It's got to be me. I can totally see why you guys did the schooling and followed along and just listened and complied and, you know, worked for 20 to 30 years to get your pension so you could lock down and watch grandma die in a plexiglass box for safety. I totally get it now. I mean, it was me. I was missing the bigger picture, you know?
Yeah, my son is kind of going through that right now. I mean, my son is really, really smart, and he understands the dynamics and how the school is not really, they're not teaching him anything, that for him is valuable and what, that what's going to be
I
needed,
got him
like
in there.
in the, in the job. I know. I was, dude.
He knows.
He
knows.
It's just I
His
was
son's now coming to him going, Dad, why are you slaving me? And then your answer is, son, I know, but it's part of the beast system simulation here. Just go with it. Ride it out.
I'm not fully, like
they
that.
wonder why I went on heroin. I go to my father, RCA. I go, RCA, why are you sending me to this garbage institution where there's no value and no purpose and meaning, and it's obvious I'm being enslaved? And he goes, well, I know, but just ride it out. And I go, okay, I'm going to go on heroin on Monday. I'm going to go meet little Julio at the corner, who his parents abandoned him long ago, just like you're abandoning me now indirectly. Right. I'm just going to go meet with Julio from the broken home, and we're going to go on heroin just to kind of kill the pain, just to kind of dull the confusion, and the chaos that you experience internally by being somewhat awake and aware to like anything going on and willing to speak on it.
Yeah, that's why he wasn't feeling like too well today, but I let him stay home, like, you know what? Like, all right, you can, just chill, just stay at the pad or whatever.
Yeah, maybe hit him with like a couple Adderalls, couple Xanax bars, like right as soon as he wakes up, hit him with 2, maybe midday another 2, maybe like a chaser, like at night when he's about to go to sleep. Just really kind of dull that anxiety, depression, and confusion.
That's why
get him to focus better. He'll focus better on his slavery and how to perform. I'm trying to not medical advice, just the advice they gave me that I took. Sorry.
And I'm understanding, because I understand, it's just, and it's like, so I'll give him breaks and try to be, I'm always gonna have my son's back no matter what, I'm not gonna, like, we already had meetings with the school, like, have you guys thought about home studies and this and that? And we're like, yeah, I have been thinking about that. So, I mean, it's on the table at this point. And so, whatever my son, needs, I'm going to provide for him. If I need to pull him out of there, then I will, it'll happen. But at this point, they're just trying to,
are you going to take over here?
Help him out.
Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, your answer is to get him the fuck out of there, dude. That's the answer.
I know.
What are you waiting for? No. You don't know. You're an asshole or you don't know. One of the two.
I'm trying to see if he can.
You're trying to bullshit me. You're being procrastinating. Shut the fuck up. Either get him out or say you're an asshole, fearful bitch.
No, it's not that. I want him to, grow, because there's certain other things that he needs to realize and actualize and get over things when it comes to emotionals and feelings and friends.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're gonna send him to some indoctrination slave fucking rape camp?
No,
for what? Because he's got things to learn.
The social dynamic part of it. It's not the
social. Oh, it needs to be socialized, right? Because can't have friends or bring him somewhere where there's other young people around or get him around. Really, he's got to go to indoctrination fucking.
Well, it's his choice. That's from his choice. Like he has the choice.
How old is he?
He's 15.
Yeah, he should leave you and go get a job because you're a fucking idiot. Thanks for the $30, by the way.
If that's what he wants to do, I mean. He already wants to work. He wants to be independent.
Asshole, trying to bullshit
me. Okay.
Be strong. Tell him he doesn't have to go to school. He's 15. We can homeschool him. Come to the Paul and Slave broadcast every day. That's his new schooling. I'm here every day.
That's true. But
it is true. And you're an asshole, weak bitch. And so am I at times. So are all of us. We're all fearful and weak.
That's what I'm saying. But I do give my son.
You're not saying anything. You're making excuses.
If my son tells me, like, all right, you know what, I'm done with school. Like, all right, let's figure this shit out.
Fuck that. You tell him he's done.
And he's that smart. No, he's that smart. He's not dumb. So I would take him very seriously if he would fucking tell me that. And but he's not there yet.
Bring this fucking kid on the show. Where's he at? He's at home today.
I'm not gonna bring him up. Yeah, he's at home. I'm working right now.
Why not? Bring him on tomorrow. Why not?
Nah. It's just
It's not going to be good for him. Why? What would be negative about him having a conversation with Paul?
Well, talking to you first of all. If you're around, it's not going to be.
It doesn't matter. He can do a one-on-one with Paul. Paul will drop everyone off the panel.
Nah, I don't know.
Don't you understand, O'Shea? The system has everyone perfectly inverted to the point where they're ashamed to talk to me or listen to someone like me in public, but not ashamed to send their child to public school. The system has worked perfectly. Your indoctrination is complete.
Yeah, don't you get it, dude? You're saying
No, we do get it.
No, you
Me and my
don't get
boy
it.
do get it.
I smoke weed, dude. I'm a bad influence, right? Public
it's not that.
schooling and
It's
political science and media and the rest of it, that's who's going to raise that child.
No,
You
I
know,
just I
it's
don't
not going to
think
be me or people like me. We're really bad people. We're like terrorizing to others.
No, it's not that. It's just that I don't think he's ready. He might not be ready. You know that. And,
you're picking.
He's a really
He's
smart
not
kid.
ready to
He's
see and hear a man because he hasn't yet in his life. Well, we better introduce him to one at some point. I'd wish it would be his father.
Like he's shy, you know. It's like he's not gonna come on panel. Like I already know him.
CRT,
You know what I mean?
Slave.
Fuck you! You didn't even ask him.
Hold on. Timmy's barely audible. Could we hear from you, Timmy?
Oh, my bad.
There we go. I got to turn you up. I'm turning you up. Turn up the headphones, engineer.
Yeah, I said he's fucking picking trannies and critical race theory and fucking Big Bang and fucking obey the blue line.
And gender studies. Gender studies. How to identify 64 genders of people.
False history, false science. Shall I continue? False
right, hey, we don't have his vax info. Oh, sorry. We don't have his whatever. I take all. Sorry, I didn't say anything.
Yeah, did he get his treatments? Did he get his treatments the last 4 years?
No, absolutely.
Oh, he's fucking unsafe then, huh? That little creep, that dirty little filthy animal.
Yeah, my kids.
How's that going on at the school?
I absolutely did not, never.
Yeah, I bet you Paul Unslaved try to convince you not to get him treated for his own safety, and then you want to bring him around here, huh?
No, I decided that he actually
we got something for you.
My boy actually wanted it, and I was just like, nah, that's not happening.
Oh, of course he wants it. He's hanging around a bunch of slaves all day at the public fool system.
You could make the determination that for that, but you can't make the determination that he needs to come on. That he needs to. You could say, hey, you're going out of school and you're going to talk to Paul every day. That's it. And we're going to figure out.
I love my slavery. Let me get my treatments. Let me be like all the other children at school. I don't want to be abnormal. I want to be normal like them. I want to follow policy and code and get my treatments. Just let me be normal.
Yeah, you can put his
we're in a world now where when you're normal, you become abnormal. When you're abnormal, you become normal. Works perfect.
It's tough, yo. When you don't start early, it's tough, dude. My kid is 1, and it's like it's all starting like all the time with the this minded in-laws are like they want to show him Cocomelon. They want to put him around the other slave kids, and I'm like, yo, do not put him near any fucking child with a mask on. Period. It's not allowed. Not allowed. It's not allowed. Don't put him near.
Does he have to put that thing on at school?
It's just not.
RCA?
Period.
No,
I'm not gonna wait until he's 13 and then lost.
That.
And then when he's volunteering for fucking treatments like yours. I'm not.
But he did have to, right? RCA.
It's hard, man. I get you.
When a couple years ago, yeah, they were making the children put the thing on.
So you could put your foot down in some instances, but you can't just put your foot down and say.
Hold on. O'Shea, hold on. Who's they were make like I sometimes I get chill. I chill out, and then you say like they were making. Who's they making? You put the kid in the fucking place where those idiots are in charge. You did it. Nobody made your kid do shit.
No.
You put him into an environment
I
where you allow the authority to be fucking insane maniacs suffocating fucking children. You did that. You fucktard. That's not you bring your godly son into a fucking den of vipers, and you go, one of the vipers bit my son. There's vipers are showing you fucking brought him there.
And the worst part is,
you're right.
They wonder why we all disrespect our own parents, although there's good reason to at times because they're hypocritical and not living truth. We wind up disrespecting our own fucking parents because our parents give their authority to us away to the system. So we now go to the system every day thinking these are the authorities, false authorities as they may be. They're the only authorities now in our life. We don't listen to our fucking parents. We don't respect them, even if they are chewing right. We ain't looking to emulate them and be like them. We're looking to get validation and acceptance and emulate this institutionalized system. So it takes the power and the value and the authority right out of the home and right away from parents and God and puts it with the state of actors and into the public. Exactly how it's meant to do spiritually, to destroy future generations and curse everybody. See, the best part about it, though, is the spirit God has a way to bring everybody back. Because while I could say that same system is what produced me as I am now, and I will not waver on truth, and I will rebuke anybody as much as I will love them, including my own father. I'll rebuke them in 3 seconds because you all turned me out from the beginning. You turned me out of the home into the public and part of the institutionalization. Then you didn't have my back while claiming to be a supporter of mine and a leader and a guide and a protector. So it was great because now I'm under nobody's authority except for the authority of God. See, we're talking prodigal son analogy now, right? We're all turned out of the home into the corporate system, into the institutions, and we're almost forced back under the false authority of the family and its false ways, or under the true authority of God and that eternal truth and who and what we are, actualized and realized with awareness and discernment. So it's almost necessary in a way, as bizarre and twisted as it seems.
That's true.
Because we all have to get back under God. The only way to do that is be turned out of the homes into the arms of Shaitan and be given the purification through self-chosen suffering.
Yeah, Arcia, you're making excuses. So what's your reason again why you wouldn't want him to come on the show? He's 15, dude. He's about to be out of your home and be an adult, which I recommend he does immediately.
I mean, I would ask him, but just knowing him, I know my son. He's not gonna, he's not gonna. Yeah.
So
he's not
what?
Gonna wanna
So you force it. You say this is the stuff you need to heard. A podcast. What'd you just say?
Or a broadcast, podcast, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, but you said it in like a demeaning way. You're like a podcast.
No, I know. That's like my son. That's my son's attitude. He's not gonna want to come into like a podcast.
So what? You forced them. You put your foot down when it came to the treatment. Now you put your foot down and say, hey, you don't need this slave school. This is the person I want you to talk to, and we're going to get you out of that school, and I want you to talk to this person. We're going to come up with a game plan.
I don't know, man. Well, I mean, I can ask him. I give my son, when his voice be heard, and I don't.
Why didn't you ask him when it came to the treatment?
Like it.
Why didn't you ask him when it came to the treatments? Why do you have to ask him when it comes to this?
Well, the treatment's a little, it's different. I mean, it's a shot. I guess it's more serious. This is probably less.
This ain't serious? Keeping him in that indoctrination camp and having him talk to someone who could,
help
we're
with the
working, situation?
We're looking into that, and we talked about it. And it's like, it's not like, it's not like it's not an option, but we're talking about, to talk to Polly here, on one-on-one, right?
Doesn't even have to be one-on-one. You could be on the panel, in my opinion.
Hang on.
That's what I'm saying. I would probably prefer it to be a one-on-one with Polly than to have mad people on here.
Hey, bro, if it's up to me, I just raised my children exactly the opposite of the way they showed me, where I just spend most of my time observing and teaching that being to observe themselves and others in life, and then nurturing their potential. In the sense of, what do they love to do? What are their natural abilities and gifts that God gave them? What are they intuitively compelled toward doing? And then I just watch them and see where they gravitate toward, and I just nurture that. And I help to create a being who is entrepreneurial, who has a servant's heart, who does something they love to do that they're good at, that they can bring to the community in order to make a living, right? Why would I waste all these formative years putting a whole bunch of crap in someone's head they're never going to use and teaching them to be submissive and domesticated and authoritarian? It's the antithesis of Americana. I know why that's happening, because someone somewhere seeks to create a bunch of domesticated, democratic sheep slaves. But as far as I'm concerned, I want to nurture that flame and that being and that passion and direct that towards something a being is naturally good at doing, that they may love to do, that they can serve their community with and make a living, thereby not needing the nonsense system and all the middlemen. We're now at a point where you have a bunch of folks working from home, not for themselves. It's beyond bizarre. Instead of working at home for yourself, you're now working at home for someone else. When do we just make the complete jump here? to being like rugged, entrepreneurial,
No.
developing skills and abilities,
No.
minding our own
No.
fucking
Can't
business
do
and
that.
creating our own living in the private and not subjecting it to public code and policy? I thought that's what America was about.
What's up, everybody?
How are you, Nubs Creature? This is why 2020 made someone like me and broke everyone else. Because apparently I had a bunch of dormant skills and abilities beyond just the ability to speak or some kind of talent or intellect, and it was never really put to use. I was too busy trying to live like everyone else. So when everyone else got deemed non-essential, we started to see what the essence of a being was really about. That's when I rose to the limited fame and power and value that I occupy at this point. So I'm doing better than ever because the true essence of me was able to come through while everyone else was deemed non-essential and didn't know what else to do and be with themselves and life.
Nubs,
Pretty
how
sure
old's your
somewhere
oldest?
in there is a lesson for all of us.
Nubs, how old's your oldest?
I have one child and he is 14. So I'm right in the same boat where I have another dynamic with the baby mama situation. Nevertheless, there's places that I just need to stand up. I'm not even going to bullshit. Like, I hear what you're saying and I agree with what you're saying. I need to put it into practice to make sure that I actually agree with it instead of just save face.
What about getting the kid on the show as well, on the broadcast?
I've asked him if he wanted to come up, and he has declined. There again, it is that shyness to him. So I can definitely relate to RCA when it comes to certain things that my child is willing to do. He's willing to hear it from me. However, he has the other side. However, my situation is drastically changing because she finally said I'm not qualified to be a father, and so he's going to be with me quite a bit more.
Nubs, you could do a thing where you say, okay, here's a record. You make a recording.
What
Hey,
me and I'm pretty sure Timmy heard was blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
And it's
And O'Shea.
Okay, so how do I fix the blah, blah, blah?
Oh,
other
my
than
son, who's going to be a young man soon and out into the cold, harsh world at times, is very shy and doesn't know how to fucking communicate and network. Well, you better put a foot in his ass metaphorically and get him to learn. This is why we have a bunch of 40-year-old men who can't come up here and fucking speak worth a damn and communicate worth a damn. It's pretty fucking embarrassing and pathetic, no?
I absolutely agree, and that's why I'm actually here. Because I need a solution
hang on,
to
wait,
this.
Wait. Stop.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
I love it. Get people to the broadcast. That's great. But, to keep it true and real, like, I got to do the hit on myself. It's like, you can't need Paul. You can't need Paul to be your daddy too. Like, you guys know
I'm not
what's
looking
true and
for
right
a
in your
daddy by
heart.
any means.
I'm not
Tim.
saying it. I'm not saying you. I'm not saying stop. Don't take it personal. I'm just saying in general. It's like RCA. How many fucking hundreds of hours, thousands of hours have you been here in fellowship? And you obviously have the I am within you. Step it up. You know what's right. Lead. Be first and lead. Then only your progeny is only going to look at you and want to listen to you if you're already doing. I mean, you can't just, in my opinion, you can't just be like, you can't only be like, I'm going to keep doing the same thing I'm doing, and then I'm going to bring this problem child to Paulie.
Yeah, like these people literally live their whole life trying to prepare themselves and their children to stay out of court. And that's why they can't court with women, with the court on here. You're literally teaching them that they have no business learning how to court in any venue. And it's like, what has disempowered us completely when it comes to the word and communication, and understanding and responsibility and all the rest of it? You should literally be raising a man as if he's going to be expecting to go to court at some point and have to stand before the world and speak his truth from his heart. If he ain't got that, he ain't got nothing. With women, with children, with the courts, with God. What do you have if you ain't got that?
Yeah, my son definitely has that. He definitely has that. And I mean, I have sole custody of my children, so I already, the court thing is something in the past, and there's not much that court has involved in me and my children, or the baby's mama at this point. It's just me and my kids, man, against the world at this point, you know.
You know, I do have to say that I have taught my child how to interact with law enforcement. Unfortunately, his mom decided that law enforcement was a great way to go as far as a new boyfriend. So he has an active LO in his mom.
Nubs, we get it, bro.
It is
That's
my
the
fault.
third time in this conversation that you've like made this about the woman who you've had a child with. That's just on you, bro. You don't have to tell us at every juncture that you picked a goofy bitch and had a child with her.
I did pick a goofy
It's par for the
bitch, and I
course,
fucked up.
apparently. So, like, is it your responsibility and accountability or hers? Because you're supposed to be
It's
the leader
absolutely
in this
mine.
position, and you put a goofy bitch in a secondary command position. Whose fault is that? Every time you say his mother thought blah blah blah, I go, well, because you're a fake ass bitch, and let a goofy bitch be in second in command. So you think you're getting points by pointing out she's a goofy bitch when all it does is point out your mistake. If that's what you're trying to do, great, but I don't think that's what you're trying to do.
It's not what I'm looking at is I'm saying to myself, look, I've got to make sure to satisfy 15 different masters as I remove these masters from my life. I've still got to satisfy the ones that I am committed to in the sense of I still have contractual obligations.
I don't even accept that. I can't speak on it firsthand, but I don't accept the countenance of that approach. I'm not wavering. The answer to dispelling this ignorance and arrogance and dysfunction is not by cuddling up to it and cooperating with it. It doesn't mean you have to fight it either. But if you think that you're going to respect yourself or they're going to respect you or the truth by you being wishy-washy and complacent and compliant and cooperative with nonsense, well, I think that you're wrong. I think the only way everyone's going to get a fucking clue is when they start to see, hear, and feel a man all day, every fucking day, and no other option.
Okay. I'm legitimately I'm here because I need a better solution than what I've got. Because what I've got is not working.
It's got to come down to a solution for you. Once you lay with a goofy bitch and have a child of the lie, who's now has binds and latches on it physically, you got to forsake it physically on some level. You did that. You sacrificed the child to that womb and to whatever was attached to it. You threw it into the pit of Molech. So now it becomes another completion for you. It's about you at this point, like it has been all along. It's like, do you want to actualize and realize and be the man you're meant to be, or do you just want to somehow get along in life now with a child as an extension of you and a goofy bitch of Babylon? What's the terms here? What's the conditions? Is it feelings based or is it facts based? Because I think most of this shit is folks are just guilty now that they have a broken fucking home, a lot like the one they came out of that they replicated because they weren't discerning when choosing a partner to lay with and have a child. And now they're like powerless. And instead of taking their power back by stop giving it away, they're going to like cozy up to it and try to cooperate with it and ride the fence. I just don't see the purpose because ultimately, even if you get your child in time with them, you still had to compromise who and what you were. So you failed the lesson again. That's what got you into this. The same thing you're continuing to get you out of it.
So the answer would then just be to live it then. Every day.
Yeah, like live it and be it and then surrender the rest. You were in control of certain things and you didn't control that. So now you can't control the rest. What you can control is who and what you are, what you're going to be and do and not do. And then surrender the rest over to God. The chips will fall where they may. The only alternative is you selling your soul to cooperate with an extension of something you don't want to become or be.
Right. Sacrificing my own integrity in the process.
And isn't that what got us here? Didn't you sacrifice your discernment and integrity to lay down with a goofy bitch and wind up having a child with her? So how is that state of consciousness not going to get you anything but deeper into judgment rather than out of what you've already created from that same state of beingness? I don't see the logic. I don't see the logic or the intuition behind it. Stop me where I'm off. You can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. Isn't that a law?
I'll tell you exactly what it was. It was my incompetence and my inability to conduct myself correctly. And, you know, I got all in my feelers a couple years back, 14, 15 years ago, 16 actually. And I've been figuring it out ever since. Like, that was kind of a wake-up call.
You're not figuring it out, Nubs. You've been ignoring it ever since. And you come to places like this to be a reminder of what the fuck you ignored. So what kind of masochistic, sadistic game are you playing with yourself? Where you're pretending like you don't know, but want to have a constant reminder, but then not want to live.
Yeah.
It's done and over, bro. You can't be guilty at this point. We all make mistakes. We all learn from those mistakes. You needed to have it happen to be where you're at now, where you're going. Right? So live into that. Be who and what you're meant to be. Stop living looking in the rearview mirror, especially from toxic guilt. There's opportunity here, right? There's not a loss or a lack. This is nothing but chances of opportunity that we keep perceiving as lacking or loss or regretful. I see nothing, and again, this is how you train your mind to be. Because if not, it'll fuck you. Right? Mind could be your greatest tool and greatest friend or your worst enemy. So start choosing to see all the places where you see shit and lack and loss and regretful to places of opportunity where you can now become and rise, because this is the same theme that keeps popping up over and over again.
Because I am the tool, like you said last time. I get you. I'm growing. I'm starting to show just a little bump up there, a little nub. I appreciate it, dude. Honestly, in all honesty, this is what I need to hear. That's why I showed up, because I see it. You know, I was relating to RCA hands down, and I was seeing, wait a second, if Brian has ability to say to RCA, that comes back to me just as much. I'm reflecting that image, my situation, because it's similar in nature. And life's a bitch, man. Especially when you fuck up.
Yeah, I feel like when you truly start to love the game, good, bad, or indifferent, you can truly start to love the players. If you hate the game, you start to subtly hate yourself and the players. And that's what you got going on with a lot of folks. They hate the game of life and what it's throwing at them, and they haven't cultivated a discernment and an ability to love this game and to rise to the occasion. So they're subtly hating themselves and all the players involved. You got to learn to love this game and see it as a test and a challenge, this game of life, and rise to the occasion and be what the fuck you're meant to be. That's where the fulfillment's going to come anyway. That's the actualization and realization that leads to the fulfillment, to the quote unquote happiness, some level of completion. Right? So, yeah, man, I really do see that. I'm just speaking on what it is for me. I can't let it be that for you. But I've had to change the way that I perceive. Because I was always a person who saw the negative and saw where shit was not going to work rather than how I was going to work to achieve what it is that it needed to be.
Right. I think there's definitely, I definitely have experienced that when you bring in another soul in the mix, where you've got to be, like I was a dumbass kid when I was fucking with that goofy bitch, and I understand that as a man now.
Bro, you're supposed to be the example for him. You're not supposed to be his fucking, here's a piece of bread. It's not just here's a piece of bread and a fucking roof. That's not what it is, right, bro. You have to be an example. That's not what it is in my house. I will say that. Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to be the first. Like, he's looking at you to be the first example of what a man is. So you don't get there by doing this, cuddling up to the bullshit. And I was going to say before, dude, you're looking at shit too dualistically. You've got the American slave mind, Burger King or McDonald's, red or blue. If there isn't two choices, there's always 3 or more doors. Door 3, 4, 5, 6. Make a fucking door. Take the fucking wall down. You're a construction guy. Make a new door. You can always renegotiate. Say, oops, I've came to a new understanding. This contract is currently out of line in my current understanding and belief system. This needs to be changed. What can we do about this? Right? In any
Timmy,
arena.
do you realize I asked, or I told somebody that very thing about this very same type of thing just the other day, and now you're using literally the very words without having conscious knowledge, the very words that came out of my mouth. That's fucking ironic. Anyways, I hear what you're saying, and I agree with
It's
you,
not
and
ironic, it's iconic, because we're all oneself.
Sure.
And we all deal with the same shit day in and day out, and we all lose focus of the practice at times and then have to refocus. That's the game. That's how we keep each other in check through fellowship.
And that's exactly why I show up, because I know every single one of you bastards are going to say, hey, you're fucking up. Quit fucking up. Do better. And that's what we all need. That's not just what I need. We all need that. And I think that's part of the reason why you've got this channel in the first place.
Right. It's partially a practice for me. It's not about me. Right. I've achieved it. I'm going to give it to everyone else. It's partially me, part of the experience for reflection. So when motherfuckers come here and show me directly or indirectly, hey, bro, love yourself and the truth more. Really stand on that shit. In all ways, right? You could stand on over here like this, but in all ways, right? Like for me, it looks different than maybe some other people. But they're like, hey, bro, the same way that you like, quote unquote, fight or stand for the truth and legal and lawful and spiritual faith, really care about your body and your vessel. Take care of yourself. Do what the fuck you need to do for you. Right? So that's all this is. Just reminding us in different places where we need to value ourselves and love ourselves and care for ourselves in a way that we forget, have to be reminded. Just day to day through the vicissitudes and regular habits of life.
I don't know. I appreciate this conversation. I really do. And RCA, you haven't said much, but I appreciate you bringing this topic up because it's something that I've needed to have a conversation about, because I've needed to hear, hey, motherfucker, get your shit and way. I mean, that's really what it is. I'm in my own fucking way.
I think I brought it up just because I probably unconsciously or knowingly I needed to hear it too. I need to
Of course we did. Being a father, I know Timmy's a father. I know you're a father, and I'm a father. I don't think Brian's a father, and I know Paul isn't. But it brings in a different dynamic that we have to be more. It's kind of like what we think of when we think of law enforcement, that they should be more knowledgeable of the law. That's bullshit, because that's supposed to be us.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a different type of law.
I gotta thank Keith Tomlinson real quick, Nubs. Thank you, Keith Tomlinson, for your contribution. There's someone down there right now, as always, got something to say about me. When am I going to turn myself in? Turn myself in to who or what, for what reason, and what outcome exactly? Where there's a lot of presumption and assumption there. To my knowledge, there's nobody necessarily looking for me. I mean, I guess it's possible, but there's various ways folks could choose to contact me on record, and that hasn't happened. So I have no reason to believe that there's anyone or anything to turn myself over into other than the God of creation and the truth contained within that relationship or that experience. I've already turned myself in and over to my conscience, connected to the Most High. That's why I continue to do whatever it is that I please without causing loss, injury, and harm. I'm not at war. I don't believe that I'm that valuable or important that anybody would need me to turn myself into them. What have I done? Exactly. What do they need with me? Last few times that I've been arrested and taken to court, they seem rather expeditious in getting me out of there. They seem to not want me around there. So I don't know if you mean turn myself into like police stations or courts, because the last few times I've been there, they get me out of there pretty quick. So maybe it's like you think they want me, and maybe even I thought they wanted me, but turns out they don't want me like we think they do. I'm just not that valuable or important, right? I'm not that cute. You got other people who they'd rather interact with, I guess.
So here's a question.
I gotta go. Appreciate the pep talk.
Thank you, RCA. Oh, he's saying there's a warrant out for BSBT. Well, I'm pretty sure there's a warrant out for the person, which of course is a fictitious legal entity, you could argue. I don't think that those administrative courts are able to put out warrants for men and women of the people who haven't caused loss, injury, and harm or owe a debt. So, yeah, there's different aspects of this idea of warrant and, what the applicability is or, how it applies. And I'm sure you're not interested in even getting into that conversation because you've got your belief on how everything works and you're going to ride out on that. So, some guy in a costume says that we can come take your body without any articulable, reasonable suspicion of a crime being committed. And you're going to say that that's legitimate and that should be obeyed and followed. Okay. I don't accept that. There you go. Yes, they can. Yeah. Anyone can do anything. It doesn't mean that other people have to do what it is they say and wish, right? That's how this life works. Yes, anyone can do and say and believe anything. It doesn't mean that anyone else is compelled to believe, do, and say the same. You kind of have to substantiate your position, and I don't think there's any way to substantiate that position other than mind and heart control, which you folks are more than happy to engage in, obviously. Your thoughts? Final words, even? Let's finish it up. We never finished it up. The high impact Donald Trump breakdown of why he's a pathetic slave and everyone voting for him and everyone else is a pathetic slave. I like this. This is good. Keep it up, Ryan. This is the middle way. The Tao is the middle way. Don't fall for the dialectic. Don't fall for the deceptive duality. Sometimes we have to go beyond left and right, beyond masculine and feminine, beyond light and dark, good and evil in order to reconcile what is. You get caught up in the duality and the dialectic and the waters get muddied. Start to become chaotic and confused, brothers and sisters.
It's a big club, and you ain't in it.
Donald Trump is, though. Biden is, though. Hillary is. Oh, and speaking of Hillary, you remember when Donald Trump rightly called her a nasty woman?
But what we want to do is to replenish the Social Security Trust Fund.
Remember when Donald Trump called Hillary crooked?
I believe actually they are more crooked than crooked Hillary. I really do. That's a lot.
You remember when he said that if he became president, Hillary Clinton would be in jail?
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
So Hillary Clinton would be in jail? You know that these people are lifelong friends. They hang out in the same clubs together. They do the same things together. They go party together. They go golfing together. They're best buds. And people are like, well, that's before he became president. Everything changed after he became president. Really? On the very day he was inaugurated, listen to the glowing words that he has for Slick Willie and Hillary.
You know, I'll tell you, there is something that I wanted to say because I was very honored, very, very honored when I heard that President Bill Clinton and Secretary Hillary Clinton was coming today. And I think it's appropriate to say, and I'd like you to stand up. I'd like you to stand up.
Doesn't this kind of make you sick? I mean, doesn't this turn your stomach? He's leading a room full. President Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States, just got inaugurated. And after saying that Hillary's a nasty, nasty woman, she's crooked, rightly saying, man, if I was president, you'd be jailed. Right after the inauguration, he leads a room full of dignitaries to a standing ovation for Bill and Hillary Clinton. And then listen to what he says after he leads them in a standing ovation. Look at her smiling. Look at Nazi Pelosi back there. Listen to this.
And honestly, there's.
Now, let me ask you, Paisley, would you unsubscribe to me if I was leading a room full of dignitaries, do a standing ovation for the Clintons? Would you unsubscribe to me if you heard me say this about the Clintons?
And honestly, there's nothing more I can say because I have a lot of respect for those two people. So thank you all for being here.
I got a lot of respect for those two people right there. Bill and Hillary, got a lot of respect for them. You know, those people that I hang out with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey, you know who? Yep, it is a big club, and you ain't in it.
You and I are not in the big club.
Speaking of the big club, you know who else is in Trump's big club? Henry Kissinger, longtime respected friend of President Donald Trump.
Henry Kissinger has been a friend of mine. I've liked him, I've respected him, but we've been friends for a long time, long before my emergence in the world of politics, which has not been too long. But we have been really in the, I guess you'd say, the New York seat a little bit, but we got to know each other very well. He's a man I have great respect for. He's also somebody, usually I say, have you ever been in the Oval Office? And with Henry Kissinger, I didn't bother asking that question because he has been in this office many, many times. But it's an honor to have Dr. Kissinger with us, a man of immense talent and experience and knowledge. And I'm going to talk to him for a while, and we're going to learn a lot.
Yep, we're going to learn a lot. So talk to me about reduced credibility. Talk to me about my Trump derangement syndrome. Talk to me about how you're going to unsubscribe to me because I dared to. Talk to me about how I'm going to be the one to vote for Biden when they're like two peas in a pod. Biden is creating the same policies that Donald Trump does. Pro-IRS policies, pro-FBI policies, pro-CIA policies, pro-military industrial complex policies, pro-Federal Reserve policies. Ain't nothing going to change if we keep doing the same things that we've been doing. And not to mention, Trump is the one who actually instituted a national shutdown, and he extended it based on Anthony Fauci's recommendation. So tell me about reduced credibility. That's who Donald Trump is. That's why I take the position that I do against him. And that's why I bring the receipts, because, you know, hopefully you won't unsubscribe from me. But if you do, make sure it's because I run contrary to the principles of individual liberty, the principles of freedom, the principles of America. If I come against America, if I come against freedom, by all means, unsubscribe. But if I call out tyrants who come against freedom and I bring the receipts, why the heck are you leaving? I mean, you're free to do whatever you want to do, but make sure
their
it's
mind
based
and
on
heart
sound,
controlled cowardly
rational,
slaves, Brian.
logical judgment based on the facts.
That's the thing. They don't want facts. The majority of the audience, as much as we'd like to love them and be real with them, they're not going to be real with themselves and life and others. So they want to be lied to. They want to be bullshitted. They want another 4 years of business as usual and pretend it's all going to get better. And when you challenge them on their false beliefs, they're going to take it personal and they may act out on you. Hi. That's why I had to abandon the 22,000 subscriber channel, because I'm going to keep it all the way real and I'm going to talk about the truth. And if folks want to abandon me or rebuke me, well, blessed are those who are rebuked and or persecuted for the truth. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. I'm not here to be accepted and liked by a whole bunch of gullible, naive, or ignorant, arrogant dupes and infidels. That's not what we're doing here. So we have to be representatives of the truth. We have to present that accurately as much as possible, and not play into the dialectic and the duality that is, of course, a deception and disempowerment. Give me some final words, Mr. Rubbs and Mr. Brian O'Shea. There's always tomorrow. You know, we're already an hour and a half over here. Testament to my unwavering service and dedication.
Paul, I appreciate your kind words. They were the kindest words that you could come up with, and I appreciate them. Yeah, I'll live to see tomorrow, so I'll work better to be better, just like we all should. Much appreciation.
Well, I appreciate you coming here and being, real and open, and also having a good sense of humor. So, I think that you always have a home here, Nubs Creature. As much as you have an annoying, monotone, grating voice, and as much as you look like a metrosexual version of El Chapo, what I've deemed you now to be El Chapless, as in chapless, assless chaps.
Boy, I shaved one fucking day. I'm telling you, Paul. I'm telling you, I'm coming with the razor, and I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna make you look all spiffy.
Right.
Much love, brothers and sisters. I appreciate you much. Have a good one.
All right, El Chapo. We'll see you later. Your final words, Brian O'Shea?
The chapless. All right, so yeah, thanks so much, Paul. Great show, fellas. Yeah, get your children. Yeah, all right. So yeah, I got my car going. I'll probably have some an open mic tonight, so I'll probably have some content. Haven't been up in weeks. It's fucking crazy. Yeah,
I love watching you fail on stage. That's like the best content ever.
I really do suck, dude. It's like those.
That's pretty cool.
My stage improvisation is really not, but fuck it, dude. I'm gonna fucking do it, dude. Fuck it. They're paying me. I got whatever, dude. Gives a fuck.
Dude, in order to learn how to win, you must first learn how to lose, which means you're definitely on the path to winning. You've been losing so often for so long that winning's got to be right around the corner. That's what I have faith in. If you can really learn how to expertly bomb with precision and grace, then sky's the limit. And you're pretty much there.
Yeah, exactly. I really got to lean into this world because sometimes I'll get in my moods of like, everyone sucks. But then it's like that thing you're saying. It's like, oh, I hate myself too. It's like the greatest
it's you suck. You should just say you suck.
Right.
From now on, just say I must really suck, because instead of me doing and being something right now, or just experiencing the all that is all in harmony, I'm like projecting outward to how everyone else sucks. Even if that's true, how does that make your life better?
Right, because they say the greatest of times and the worst of times. Well, which side do I want to be on? Maybe we could choose red, blue, whatever the fuck. Maybe the greatest of times. Both. Whatever the fuck. Experience the whole thing. But yeah, thanks so much, dude. And send your children over here to Paul's. What are you guys scared of? And if you are scared, tell us why.
No, listen, relax, okay? I know you're trying to help out here, but whatever you just said, it's not going to go well. Hey, send your children over to Paul's house. Yeah, no, I'm good on that. All right?
Right.
It's not now.
Send the men over here.
Yeah, with Diddy and everything else going down, we don't need that kind of rhetoric on record.
Yeah, I'll get myself straight, get the rest of these men straight, and then they could be examples in the home. Great point. All right, brother. Appreciate it.
Just
man.
worry about you. Don't worry about sending children to my house.
Right. I am the child that's at your house. All right.
Right. I got enough.
Right. All right. I'll see you later.
All right. We love you, Brian O'Shea. We're always looking forward to what you're going to do and create and be next. And I'm sure you are too. So that's a joint experience and endeavor.
All right. I love you and everyone else too. So, all right. I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right, folks. Another one in the books. I'm calling it a success because I Am That Am is here. All right. What else could it be? There's no real mistakes in this. There's only learning and growth. Well, some mistakes, I guess. If only there's a creature running around here. If only my father wore a condom. That's what I was going to say, but let me get away from that. I'll be back tomorrow, somewhere between 12 and 3 MDT. It's been a glorious evening with the Unslavians, U.S. citizen slaves alike. All were in attendance, and I look forward to doing it again and again and again and again until pretty much I go out of my mind. That's what I think. Every great man in history eventually goes out of his mind, bearing the burden of his purpose that he gets value and meaning from and also has love for. Or women, which is kind of one and the same, it seems, at times. And this creature that's running around this house. It's going to drive me insane. All right, I'm out of here, people. Say goodnight to the bad guy. We'll be back tomorrow. Get your shit together. Brian O'Shea, Jeff Pizer, me, everyone. Got anything, Jennifer? Nothing? She's a woman of few words. Very wise. All right, seriously, I'm out of here. Bye.
Me, I always tell it, even when I lie. So say good night to the bad guy. Come on. The last time to put a
God damn
guy
it,
like
Paul.
this again.
The great reset's happening. So when you get all your pretty and nice shit taken away and your bullshit job that leads to nowhere, and you're forced back on the land and have to be self-sustainable and co-creative and work with what is, this talk about your feelings and your ego is going to go right out the window, because the God and the elements and nature are going to present what needs to happen next 9 out of 10 times. That's the difference between me and you. I got it in me, not on me, just like you do. I'm trying to work it out, bring the subconscious to the conscious and figure out who and what I am. Am I good or evil? Am I real and true? Am I a narcissistic, egotistical deceiver? That's the difference. I'm actually authentically trying to work it out while you lie to everyone and project your negative aspects of self onto me, and I don't appreciate it. And the universe don't appreciate it either. And the students of life in this audience don't appreciate it either. This isn't about love and money. This isn't about chasing bags or anything else in and of the world. This is about the philosophy, right? The love of knowledge, the love of wisdom, the love of understanding of self and applying it to actualize and realize and get better results for yourself and everyone else. I thought that's what we were doing here. So let's get the game back in its proper perspective. The motherfucker doing this shit shouldn't have to talk about it because you folks want to lie on it. It's embarrassing to me. I didn't come on here with the intention or the understanding that this is supposed to be for business or a hobby. That's why I show up the way I do 500 days straight. That's why I have a care in my heart with passion. That's why I do what's true and what's right and see through you motherfuckers and get amazing results for me. We can't allow the generalized experience of life and everything it has to offer, good, bad, and indifferent, to hold us back or keep us paralyzed or keep us fearful or self-doubting or unloving and uncaring of ourselves. How do I know? Because I look into me. That's all this is. I can see further than the rest. I can interpret beyond what's told and shown, and I can amalgamate and communicate the cause and effect and the root of the state of consciousness and awareness. That is a astounding testimony to the work that I've done on myself in this world and in this life, and the practices I've walked with other people. The question and answer, the fellowship, the co-creational endeavors, and the conversation that leads to understanding. But again, we can't appeal to false emotions and false authority. That is the cornerstone of cognitive dissonance. You can't say that I'm respectable, righteous, honorable, presentable, and then I have balls, and then turn around and hate me or catch feelings over me, be in that and live in that when you don't like it, or when it doesn't turn out as favorably for you as you would have hoped or expected, right? That's the theme of a true common bond that goes long term versus the shallow, materialistic, worldly connections that come and go. It is what it is. Some people are down forever. Some people are down for the ride until they got to get off, right? And some people ain't down at all. So through the life experiences, firsthand experiences, through the tests and challenges, you learn more and more who and what is meant for you, and who or what is probably not going to be able to sustain the ride. And that's okay.
God of all media.